Oh, look at this. Paul, Feeney, Wancho, T. Haynes. Yeah. Oh, the crew should be happy this morning. Morning, AJC.
Yeah, the curse continued, though.
We did it. We did all we could, Pius. We did all we could. We not only picked the Packers, we both laid the spread. I mean, we did all we could to help the Bears. Paul, hope the cruise went well. Is that the trifecta, Feeney?
And the Chiefs lost. Is that just a Miami? You're toasting the champagne? Is that all that is?
Or is there a little fatigue? Look at that. T. Haynes with the little Gators insignia.
That he can't beat Pittsburgh. He's 1-4 against them. That's his kryptonite. That in the postseason.
And the Ravens can't beat them either because they're 1-7 in their last 8. College football's fun.
Not this weekend, it's not.
Why not?
Look at the games this weekend. There's nothing this weekend coming.
Oh, I disagree. Ohio State, Indiana, Notre Dame, Army, Penn State, Minnesota, Florida, Ole Miss. Big 12 is interesting as heck. Arizona State, BYU, and Colorado all control their own. Yeah, Paul, that's because they are. Nice, Spitz. Give it a few hours, Bigham.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Overreaction Monday. Hope you had a great weekend, and thanks for starting your week off with us. Hold on one second. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. How you doing?
I'm good. That was a hotel. How the heck are you? It had a
Yes.
lot of oomph early. It
Yeah.
ended quickly
Yeah.
before you got someone banging on the wall.
Yeah.
Like it was like you had something ready to give, a little more to give, but you said, well, I don't want to wake the friends and neighbors.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. So, and I hope people, I'm just going to spill it out. So, usually for the Monday Night Football games, it was like when Joe and Troy were with Fox. The hotel accommodations are outstanding. They are. And Fox usually put us up at the Ritz-Carlton. And for last year, we had a game in Dallas, and they put us up in a hotel, which was a walking distance from the stadium, which was awesome. Okay, it not as nice as the Ritz-Carlton, but a plenty fine hotel, and it was great. It's awesome when we can walk to the games, and then we walk back, and the entertainment district is right there, including Troy's restaurant, and so it was very convenient. And it was for the Lions-Cowboys game, which was obviously very exciting and controversial, and the whole deal. So we're back at the Ritz-Carlton. Okay. Place is sold out. No, it's never been sold out before. This particular Ritz-Carlton is not just a really big hotel. It's also a resort. And so they say, well, Mr. Moulton, and when we fill out the forms as for hotel, they have a little area in which they say any special arrangements. And I put down, listen, I do a radio show. I go, you could put me anywhere. I'm fine. I said, you can put me outside. All right. You can put me in a maid closet. I'm fine. I go, but for your guests, I go, if you have a room that's up against the stairwell, that's up against a maid closet, that's next to the elevators. I go, if you could put me at the very end of the hallway, maybe put me someplace where I don't have people on both sides of me. I go, this way, if I do disturb people, I'll disturb the fewest number possible. All right. And I put that in every time. And so, they're checking me in and what have you. And they say, well, you have a special request. And I go, well, it's not a request. I go, if you can't, do it, that's fine. And they said, oh, no, we can accommodate you. We've put you in a private villa.
Nice.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. What? Well,
That's
apparently.
what I'm talking about. Private villa. That's
So
a step away from a penthouse suite, David.
So it's 600 square feet, Mark.
Outstanding.
And it's on the other side of the 18th green. So I'm in a private villa, pin high on 18, on the other side of it.
Golf yesterday?
I watched people hit their approach shots and get up and down around the green. Okay.
Excellent.
And I have to admit, I saw a ninthsome at one point. I went, wow, they really let you get away with stuff here. Huh. Interesting. So the only thing is, I'm not the last private villa. I got people on both sides of me. And when I was checking in yesterday, I heard in the room next to me, I don't know, they were banging on ice or they were doing something, but I heard it. And I'm like, uh-oh. Because the walls here look pretty thick. I mean, the construction here looks pretty good. I mean, this is not a flimsy throw it together thing. But I just thought, uh-oh. So I had that in my mind when I was doing the, how the heck are you there? And I'm like, oh, man. Because remember, it's an hour earlier here.
Right. No. Central time.
Right. Don't know. 5:01 a.m. What's that noise coming from next door? So, we had an incident right before the show started. I don't think we were hooked up on Twitch yet, but I have set up some pillows because we haven't. Behind me, Mark, is an outdoor patio. Okay. And they have basically a bed. Okay. Which I guess is supposed to be a huge couch, but you can prop yourself up on it and just, and a fire pit. Also, so I have a couch and a bed and a fire pit behind me, and so they had pillows all over it. So I brought the pillows in and I have them lined up against the wall here as soundproofing. And right before the show started, the pillows collapsed.
Why
And
are
also,
you not on the patio with the fire pit going for some ambiance doing the show from out there?
because I figured that would make too much noise.
Oh, I'd like you by the fire pit, maybe toasting a marshmallow.
Well, maybe tomorrow we'll try it.
I like it.
Maybe tomorrow we'll try it. So, yes. So it's the best accommodations that I've ever been in the, 7, well, I mean, I've been on the road 19 years, but for the NFL, this is my 7th season, and the accommodations have been pretty ridiculous. But this is arguably the best accommodations I've ever had. But I'm still fearful. That's
Don't be. Let it rip.
okay.
Get that fire pit ready. Order some marshmallows from room service for tonight.
And I think it's I don't think get a lighter either. Okay. It looks like there's buttons and I could just like take a minute after the show and figure it out and just do my own fire pit. So
Yeah, I doubt you need a lighter.
yeah, I doubt it too. I don't think there's any charcoal needed. All right. So anyway, so I'm in a private villa, Mark. So there's the part of me that's very hoity-toity and huffy and buffy and muffy today. And then there's a part of me that's still very scared. Okay, that stopped at I will say you would have loved this. I'm standing in line at the Ritz-Carlton Las Colinas and Spa with Jack in the Box in my hand. And I say to the guy behind the counter, I go, how about this dichotomy? Checking into the private villa with my 2 tacos for $1.99. Huh? Huh? Bet you don't get a lot of that, do you?
You are special, David. There's no doubt. Just don't put any charcoal in the fire pit. That's all I'm worried about now.
No. I think there's just a button involved. I'll just figure it out after the show.
Fantastic. Well, maybe you'll get a good football game tonight. You didn't on Saturday. Didn't expect one on Saturday.
No, don't expect one tonight either. Cowboys winless at home, and not only winless, there's only one game that the final score was close, and in that game they were down like 25 in the fourth and scored 3 late touchdowns to make it look respectable.
But for the most part, yesterday, the 2 big games delivered, David.
Oh, yeah. And I thought most of the big games delivered on Saturday, too. And we got a bonus where Wisconsin, had a fourth quarter lead against Oregon. So, no, I thought the game – we had a Florida upset LSU, which is relevant, believe it or not. There was a way for LSU to be in the SEC championship game, and it wasn't that crazy. LSU needed like one key upset, and LSU could have found themselves in the SEC title game. Tennessee jumps at 10-0 in the second quarter on Georgia. It's tied in the mid-third quarter. I thought it delivered. I thought it was a really good, solid football weekend.
I agree. Even the lesser games, the ACC had a bunch of craziness go on. SMU was in a game. Clemson was in a game. So no,
Clemson was in a game. Damn. Pitt with a late fourth quarter lead against Clemson. Yeah. Mark, we pointed it out all week, the Big 12. Big 12. Why in the world is BYU only a 2.5-point favorite against 3-6 Kansas? What is going on here? Mm-hmm. Now they needed a punt to hit a BYU player in the helmet as he was blocking downfield. But hey, BYU had won all the close games and Kansas had lost all the close games. And so, bounces were due to go the other way.
And all the bounces had gone BYU's way so far this year. Really up until that point, everything that they needed was benefiting them, including a lot of calls, and they didn't get either in the game against Kansas.
So, no, I think it's a terrific weekend. I have to admit, aren't you interested tomorrow night into how they're going to stack the SEC teams?
Yes, I am, because we have a logjam, and now the committee is going to decide not once and for all, but they're going to give us an indication of what this is going to look like in their eyes heading to next week when there's not a lot of big SEC games next week. Well, and quite frankly, how really the rest of the regular season. I mean, Bama's going to be a big favorite, at least 2 touchdown favorite at home against Auburn.
Tennessee is going to be a double-digit favorite, probably 9, 10, 11 at Vanderbilt. I mean, who else we got here? Georgia's got Georgia Tech in Athens. They're going to be a 9, 10 plus point favorite. Doesn't mean Georgia Tech can't beat them, but I mean, the expectation mark outside of Texas and Texas A&M, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, I mean, Ole Miss is in the swamp and they've got Mississippi State. I mean, they're going to be a solid favorite to win both games. They'll be double digits over the Bulldogs. And I don't know what the opening line is against the Gators, but I'm guessing it's around 8.
I thought it was 9.5.
Okay. So, from this point forward, will there even be an upset? And that's why, to me, the committee rankings tomorrow are crucial. Because I don't know if there's such a terrific opponent on Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Ole Miss's schedule for them to win a game and leapfrog another team. That, to me, Mark, when the committee decides tomorrow, this is how we're stacking the SEC teams. I don't know if that's not how they're stacked 2 weeks from now.
Well, we all know the committee has had its ability to change things for no reason whatsoever. But you're on to something, that there's a stretch based on what's ahead of us.
Right. I guess if somebody beats somebody by 25 and another team barely survives, you can leapfrog them. But if we have form these last 2 weeks, which thankfully we rarely do, but if we have form, not sure much is going to change in the top 5 or 6 in the SEC as to how they're thought of by the committee.
And I think it all comes down to now Indiana and what their margin of victory or deficit is in the game against Ohio State will determine a lot for the College Football Playoff Committee.
Miller and Moulton. So that's a little bit of Saturday. We had a lot of bit of Sunday, though, in which the 72 Dolphins were toasting once again, because there will not be an unbeaten team for the 52nd consecutive year. Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller & Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller & Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, Sonny, at the rate he's scoring goals, he's going to take care of this in March. He's got 13 goals in 17 games. He needs 29 more. Remember, he plays every power play, and whenever they have the lead, they put him out there for empty netters. He got both a power play and an empty netter last night.
Hey, David.
Yeah.
What do you think? Little shop talk here. Probably should have done this before the show, but I don't care. For Thanksgiving, just running the Tuesday show of next week.
Well, I thought we were taking both days off. No?
What are we doing Friday then?
I thought we were going to run Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Okay, works for me. Have you discussed that with Josh, or do I need to do that?
No, I'll do it because I discussed it with Brent in Jacksonville yesterday because he asked. I know, beer guy. How about Arizona? We could have Arizona State, Colorado in the Big 12 title game. Yeah, I know the players at Tennessee and Georgia were complaining it was cold. Which makes you so desperately want them to go north for a playoff game, right? There was a Sun Bowl one time. Miami was in it. Second quarter, the temperature goes down 20 degrees. The bad weather starts coming in. Those Kings players were done. Hands in the pockets. They weren't running. They weren't hitting. They weren't tackling. They looked at the coaching staff like, can we leave for the airport now? It is interesting how a lot of Notre Dame fans didn't like Brian Kelly. He took you to the playoff 3 times when it was a 2 or 4 team playoff, and yet you guys didn't like him. It's very interesting. Did you feel that way about him while he was the coach, or did you feel that way about him when he left and he stated why? And by the way, I still don't think what he said is wrong. He said Notre Dame's a top 10 program, but he didn't think it could be a top 5. He didn't think he could play for and win the Natty at Notre Dame. That doesn't mean he's ever going to put LSU in a position to do it, but he said, I know you can do it there. It's already been done.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. On an Overreaction Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Thanks for starting your week off with us. So you had mentioned last segment, Mark, that for the most part, the big two games delivered. Well, I mean, they both essentially were one-score games until Josh Allen on the 4th and 2 with around 2 minutes to go ran one in from 26 yards out to make it a 9-point Buffalo lead. I mean, otherwise, the Ravens, Steelers, Chiefs, and Bills, I think, were one-score games for the first 118 minutes that they played last night.
And you had to love Pittsburgh and Baltimore, David. That was your style of a football game.
Yeah.
For all the offense that everybody expected with the bad Baltimore defense, Pittsburgh said, no, we still want to run.
Yeah.
We're not going to throw it all over the lot. We're going to run the football.
Yeah. Uh-huh. We're shortening the game. We're playing to our strength, which is our defense. And we think we can wear this defense down over there. And they thought they'd break through, but they couldn't. They had to kick field goals, you know. And then they had to hold on. And for whatever reason, Mark, you know, certain teams have it over other teams. Green Bay has it over Chicago. In the AFC North, up until this year, Cleveland had it over Cincinnati. Well, certainly the Steelers have it over the Ravens. They've won 7 of 8. That is a tough team to beat. And for the last 4 years, they have beaten them basically every time. Wow.
Ugly football game. But Pittsburgh comes out with the win and now has established dominance in the division for the time being.
Yep. This is the beginning of that brutal finishing stretch that we had highlighted during the offseason, which we had never seen anything like it. 6 division games, all 6 of their division games. And remember, heading into this year, that was the best division in the league. 6 division games, the Chiefs and the Eagles. Those are the final 8 games for the Steelers. Not a let-up in sight for 2 months. Well, check one off. Next.
And obviously, with what Cleveland's done this year and what Cincinnati's done, the division doesn't look as daunting as it did back in August.
Right.
But
the
nonetheless,
Chiefs, right,
to get the win yesterday took a little something.
Yeah, and they got the one at home. So, you know, you're thinking in theory, if we're going to split, each team win at home, that sort of deal. Pressure down on Baltimore, 2 back in the loss column. Funny thing is, Steelers are 8-2. They're still only the 3 seed. That's how good the top of the AFC is right now.
It's terrific because Buffalo and Josh Allen, well, he rose his game yesterday again against that defense.
He's the MVP. I know on Friday my vote was Josh Allen. Your vote was Lamar. And you said, hey, if the Bills are going to do it, your MVP guy is going to have to be the MVP. I said he will.
And he was.
Yep. And he did it shorthanded yesterday. I mean, I think he had less weapons to play with yesterday than Mahomes had to play with. I thought he brought less weaponry to the fight. I don't think anybody in the league's playing better than Josh Allen right now. I think he's in total control of the offense, of the team, of the tempo, everything. They need to kill some clock to protect the defense. He puts that kind of a drive together. They need to go out there and score points. He's like, okay, I'll throw it around the lot. I think him and Joe Brady, they got it going on. This is like when Burrow and Brady were at LSU in 2019. I think they got it going on. And now it's just a matter of, can they get home field? And they may have to run the table to get it. I mean, how many Chiefs losses do we see the rest of the way? They got to pick up a game. And they may have to run the damn table to do it, which would be like what? A 13-game winning streak to end the season, something like that?
Yeah, and there's still some difficult games on the schedule ahead for Buffalo.
Right.
Including one, I believe, with Detroit.
But for a week, and I don't know, it sounded to me like when Mahomes greeted Allen on the field afterwards that they basically said, see you in 2 months. And I think we'd all sign up for that.
100%. We had it for the longest time with Manning and Brady, and we got to watch it year after year, a couple of times a year, it seemed. Now we're getting it with Mahomes and Allen.
We had it for a handful of years in the early to mid-'90s with the Cowboys and the Niners. We had it for a decade with the Patriots and the Colts. And now it looks like, well, this could be a yearly thing. So it was fun. It was fun, and Buffalo won. So we've got some suspense in the AFC. I mean, you know, we know that the Bills had won the AFC East heading into yesterday. It's not about that. It's just a matter of, so, you know, is Kansas City still going to be head and shoulders above everybody else? And the Bills said, no, not so fast. You may have to play the sucker out.
And as Mike Tomlin says, the warts had been exposed for Cleveland or for Kansas City for a while. We had seen what the problems were. No one could take advantage of them. Whether it was a goofy blocked kick, whether it was a strange call, Kansas City was coming out on top. Right. Yesterday, not the case.
Right. Okay. Game on. Let's go. But still a ton of time. I mean, talking about league MVPs at this point of the NFL season is like talking Heisman in mid-October. I mean, it's a joke. The only reason that they do it in college football is because it's sponsored, and the sponsor's paying for you to talk about it. You know, you want to start talking about the Heisman now? Okay. Now we can start figuring out who's going to get invited to New York. Okay. But to do it a month ago, it's the same in the NFL. I mean, we got 6-7 games left. Seriously? We're going to talk MVP? Are you kidding? We got 40% of the season still to go. But the 72 Dolphins live. And the Bills let the Chiefs know, hey, hi, hello, right here. Right here. We'll be seeing each other again. Just not sure where.
David, between the two of us, every once in a while on the show, we refer to the a-hole moment of the show when one of us disses the other in a way early on that really isn't necessary. David, it happened on the text line about 10 minutes ago.
Huh.
Well, maybe 15 minutes ago when you talked about checking into the hotel with your 2 tacos.
For Jack in the Box, right.
Texter says, just 2 tacos? You sure you didn't mean to say 20?
Oh, well, to be honest, okay, I made 2 trips to Jack in the Box yesterday. When I checked in, I had 4 tacos. I did. That is true. I bought 2 for $1.99, and I bought 4. I did. I was holding $4 worth of food when I checked in. That is true. Now, I checked in, met a friend, all right, a couple hours later on the way home, I'm like, you know, it's time for lunch. So then I went back and ordered 6. So I had 10 tacos yesterday. I just didn't have them all at one sitting. So yes, sir. Well done. And you know what? I've earned that. Okay. That I don't think you're out of line at all, sir. That's a solid text.
A little early to be coming with that kind of heat, but we'll appreciate it on a Monday morning.
I've earned it.
Rightfully so. Miller and Moulton. An overreaction Monday. We'll get to all the rest that happened in the NFL, as well as what happened on Saturday. We'll even let you know about some other things that happened that you may have missed, because there's a lot going on in the sports world. That's why we do the starting 5. It's next right here. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000
Do you have
now.
a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I thought the best meme was if Netflix was showing and all these famous events that happened in the past where they would start rolling, they would freeze, and then they would skip past what really happened. I bet the NFL is just thrilled. Because Netflix has those 2 NFL games on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
And they couldn't handle
it was a joke. They couldn't handle
the streaming for the Tyson Paul fight. Okay. Uh-huh.
Now, it did say 60 million households streamed the event.
60?
60.
Well, supposedly Antonio Brown had 7.5 million people watching his stream. Because he streamed it apparently and had a clean feed somehow.
What a joke.
I didn't watch, in fairness. You know,
I did.
I went to bed.
I went to bed and woke up for it. I fell asleep, woke up, watched it.
But from highlights that I saw, I think the fix was in.
I think you're right.
I think Tyson could have taken him out. And then when Tyson tired out, Paul carried him to the end. But oof.
Yeah, I don't know about Tyson taking him out. I watched the whole thing. I never saw a point where he looked like he could take him out.
I thought there were huge openings. Somebody put together a compilation of in like the first 4 rounds of the fight where, you know, the guy that we saw in the sparring video, if he just threw punches, he would have taken him out. But Anyway. But they pulled off what they wanted to pull off. The Pony Fountain? What's the Pony Fountain? Is it here at the resort? I know that there's a lazy river behind the 18th heading into the pool. I'm sure Paul could have hit him a lot more too. I mean, by the way, somebody asked, does my wife listen to the show? The answer is no. She doesn't watch, she doesn't listen. Winner of BYU Arizona State is who it looks like right now. Yeah, the second one, Pius. I think, Paul was protected so that he's still marketable to do other things, and Tyson got his money. Apparently, there was a report that the longer Tyson was in the fight, the more money he got. Don't know if it's true or not. Yeah, after they were 1-6 or 2-6. Yep.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us on this Overreaction Monday of Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You're right, Mark. An awful lot went on this weekend. Heck, it was just a busy Sunday. I'll try to take care of Sunday with mentioning a touch of some other things. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
And obviously, number one is the NFL, the game of the day in Buffalo. Bills beat the Chiefs, sending Kansas City their first loss of the year, 30-21. Mahomes threw 3 touchdowns. But, James Cook with 2 TDs. Josh Allen with a 26-yard touchdown run on 4th and 2 with 2:17 to go. Put the game away for Buffalo, who improves to 9-2 on the season. Just a half a game back of the Chiefs for best record in the AFC. Steelers win the showdown with the Ravens in Pittsburgh, 18-16, 6 field goals for Chris Boswell. Remarkably, Pittsburgh has won 7 of their last 8 against Baltimore. Wow. How about Geno Smith and the Seahawks going to Santa Clara and upsetting the Niners 20-17? Both those teams are now 5-5 and a game back of the Arizona Cardinals. Are the Niners going to miss the playoffs? Wow. Geno Smith, a 13-yard touchdown run with 12 seconds left to win it for Seattle. By the way, the Rams joined the Seahawks and Niners at 5-5 with a 28-22 win in New England over the Patriots. Matthew Stafford with 4 touchdown passes. The Packers own the Bears, but it looked as if Chicago was buying their way out of that relationship yesterday, only to have Jordan Love and company go 78 yards in 4 plays to take a 20-19 lead. But Caleb Williams overcoming a 3rd and 20 with 3 big completions. Did you like what the Bears did once they got in field goal range? They had like 33 or 36 seconds left and a timeout. They ran 1 play into the middle of the line to gain 2 yards and then let it tick all the way down to 3 seconds and called timeout. mean,
Yeah, I would have run one more play. I don't know. If you don't want to throw it, fine, but something to try to get a few more yards.
yeah, I mean, it's a 46-yard field goal, which, listen, we know the kicking's never been better in the league, but, I don't know. 30 plus seconds left and a timeout. He's just completed 3 passes in a row. I mean, you don't trust him that much? I would have kept throwing it. You could throw high percentage stuff. You could throw it in, single coverage deep into the end zone even. Jump ball situation. I don't know. They settled for the 46-yard field goal attempt, which was blocked. Packers beat the Bears 20-19. Green Bay 7-3. Chicago 4-6. Now, just think about this. The fine line in the NFL. Chicago's had 2 games here in the last month that came down to the last play, a Hail Mary and a blocked field goal. Now, the percentages in the NFL is that Chicago's going to win both games. I mean, kickers right now are making 70+% of 46-yard field goals. And who's going to score on a Hail Mary? There's less than 5 of those completed a year. If the Bears had won those 2 games, they're 6-4. Well, that means Green Bay would have lost yesterday. They'd be 6-4. The Hail Mary doesn't get completed. That means Washington's 6-5. So while the Bears have lost 4 in a row and they're 4-6, look how close the difference really is between the Bears, the Commanders, and the Packers right now. That's the league that we all follow. Hey, how about Anthony Richardson? He's not good enough, shouldn't be playing. They want to win these games. They need to play Joe Flacco. Richardson with not 1 but 2 fourth-quarter touchdown drives, including scoring the game-winning touchdown with 30 seconds to go or thereabouts. Colts 28-27 over the Jets. Colts are 5-6, a game back of the Broncos. And how about the Broncos? They humiliated the Falcons. Bo Nix, 4 touchdown passes. Denver 38-6 over Atlanta. Both those teams are 6-5. Both are in the playoffs currently.
Yeah, Bo had his coming out party yesterday. He was terrific in that game against Atlanta. They were awful. He was sensational, over 300 yards passing. Couldn't have asked for a better game out of the rookie quarterback.
And that's coming off the final drive that he orchestrated in Kansas City to put him in a position to beat Mahomes and the Chiefs. Bo Nix coming into his own. Good to see. Great for Denver. Haven't had a young quarterback in a long time. How about the Dolphins? 2 or 3 touchdown passes. And when given a chance late to crumble and allow a team to come from behind and beat them again, which has happened a couple times this year, the Dolphins instead kept scoring touchdowns. Miami 34-19 over the Raiders. They've won 2 in a row. They're 4-6. They got the Patriots at home next week. Where are we? How about the Saints winning 2 in a row? How about the day Taysom Hill had? My goodness. Hope you're still playing him in your fantasy league. If you did, man, did he score you points yesterday. He had 3 touchdowns. Saints 35-14 over Jameis and the Browns. Vikings improved to 8-2. Titans fell to 2-8. Minnesota wins their 3rd in a row, 23-13. And last night, the Chargers blew a 21-point lead, only to orchestrate an 80-plus yard touchdown drive in about 30 seconds. In the final 45 seconds of the game, J.K. Dobbins with a 29-yard touchdown run with 18 seconds left. And Mark's Chargers beat my Bengals 34-27. Tonight, Monday Night Football in Dallas. Texans, a 7-point favorite, even though they've lost 4 or 5. Or 3 or 4, I should say. Cowboys 0-4 at home. Houston, a 7-point road favorite. College football. So, remember we told you last week about the 4-star quarterback, Tramel Jones, and he decommitted from Florida State? Yeah, he went to the Florida LSU game on Saturday, and yesterday committed to the Gators.
Ouch.
Have to admit, kid, I don't think you're going to play for 2 years, but okay. Good for you. He's from Jacksonville, so, he was staying close to home either way. One place is a little over an hour and a half away. The other place about 2.5 hours away, but Temple fired head coach Stan Drayton after a win. They beat FAU in overtime over the weekend. Stan only won 9 games, though, in nearly 3 full seasons. The top 9 in the AP and
what the hell do they expect at Temple?
Plus, not only that, he's one of their own.
I mean, what the hell do they expect? Blowing a guy out mid-season, late season? It just doesn't make any sense. It's a bad look. Let him finish the season, for crying out loud. It's one of the worst football programs in the country every year.
Historically, yeah. The top 9 in both the AP and the coaches poll are identical. Oregon, thank you. Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, your top 3. Penn State, Indiana, Notre Dame, your middle 3. Alabama, Georgia, Ole Miss, in that order, are 7, 8, and 9. In the AP poll, Tennessee's 10, Miami 11. In the coaches poll, they're flipped. Now, what's relevant about this, if the playoff committee believes the same thing, that means that Tennessee's out. Because obviously you add up the SEC teams, Texas at 3, Bama, Georgia, Ole Miss, 7, 8, 9. And that's if the SEC's getting 4.
They're getting 4.
They're getting 4. They want 5 at the expense of Indiana. Indiana at Ohio State Saturday. Margin of victory for Ohio State, if in fact they win, could determine whether or not the Big Ten gets 3 bids or 4. Over the weekend, it's looking more and more like Tampa Bay and St. Pete are going to lose the Rays. Pinellas County officials appear unlikely to, first off, approve the $56 million to repair the trop for now. Never mind, it looks as if they're not going to give final approval to the $300+ million in bonds. That was part of the arrangement. Now, here's the funny thing. Stu Sternberg owns the land. Okay, let's just say this all falls apart. The Rays play out 3 years in Tampa, St. Pete, wherever the heck they're going to end up playing. Okay? Sternberg can sell the land that the Trop is on and make a fortune, and then move the team or sell the team and make a fortune. So Stu Sternberg's going to do fine with this, but St. Pete could lose the race. There's a vote this week on the $56 million, whether or not they're going to repair the Trop at all. And if they don't come up with $56 million, do you think they're going to approve $300+ million in bonds? NBA, there were 10 games last night. I'll give you 5 of them. Heat lost to the Pacers, 119-110. Julius Randle. Did anybody see the final play? It's tied at 117 with Phoenix. They inbound to Randle, about 35 feet from the basket. He dribbles to straightaway three-point land. The Phoenix defender flops trying to draw an offensive foul. It's a final play of regulation. And you're flopping trying to draw a foul? So now Randall's got a wide open 3 and he buries it at the buzzer. And Randall's looking at the Suns like, seriously? And the Suns are arguing for an imaginary call. Minnesota 120-117. Cavs are 15-0, by the way. 4th team to ever start out 15-0 or better. They beat Charlotte by 14. Knicks beat Brooklyn by 10. And how about the Mavs, who were 6-7? No Luka last night. They go into Oklahoma City and beat the Thunder 121-19. The Mavs raising their hand saying, yeah, we did go to the finals last year. Don't forget about us. College hoops, Miami's 3-0. They beat Coppin State by 30. Women's basketball, a new era at FGCU after Carl Semesco left after 23 years. Chelsea Lyles picks up her first win. They beat NJIT by 20. South Florida women won. North Alabama women lost. By the way, WNBA held their draft lottery yesterday. 2nd year in a row, Los Angeles, the Sparks, had the best odds to get the top pick. 2nd year in a row, they didn't get it. Dallas is going to have the top pick, which means that Paige Beckers of UConn is likely going to go there. NHL, Ovechkin with a hat trick. He's got 866 goals, 29 away from passing Gretzky. He's got 13 goals in 17 games, Mark.
That's unbelievable, especially last year where he really struggled scoring. We thought it would take 3 years for him to do it after, this year and maybe 2 more. Hell, he may do it this year, David.
Stamkos with 2 power play goals. Nashville with a win over Vancouver. Stamkos has 559 goals. Between those 2 guys alone, that's 1,425 goals. Unreal. By the way, Caps did beat Vegas 5-2 with Ovechkin's hat trick. Golf, Nelly Corda came from behind at the Annika in the greater Orlando area. Her 7th win of 2024. Charlie Hull, who led the whole way, finished tied for second. Rafael Campos won in Bermuda for his first PGA Tour win, but a very emotional Rory McIlroy won the DP World Tour Championship in Dubai. It used to be called the Order of Merit, meaning you're the best player in Europe for the year. It's the 6th time by winning that he wins the European Order of Merit, which ties him with Seve for second most all time. Monty has the most with 8. But Rory knew that he tied Seve, and Rory with a very emotional post-tournament interview in which he talked about the significance of Seve Ballesteros to if you're a European player. It was touching. It really was. So there you have it. As we approach 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton. I did not bring up the Tyson-Paul fight because, well, I wanted to be able to get through everything else. And I figure once we start on that, we could spend either 13 seconds or an hour.
I think it'll be closer to the 13 seconds, David.
Okay.
I don't think it'll be the whole hour.
Good.
But I feel as if I'm owed time back in life for having watched that.
First off, what time did it start? Did it start before midnight?
I thought it started around 11:30. If memory,
Okay.
I had fallen asleep during the prelims and the constant buffering that was going on with Netflix. So I was just kind of in and out. But when it started about 11:30, I would say.
Well, my big fear is I didn't watch it. I went to bed, didn't watch it.
You made the right move.
But my big fear is, Netflix has the 2 NFL games on Christmas Day. So the NFL's just a little concerned that maybe Netflix can't handle the number of people that may want to stream their product on Christmas Day.
I was thinking the same thing throughout.
Although you told me that they said 60 million households tried to download that fight. But trust me, that's a lot more than downloads a Christmas Day NFL game. Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, Irish football. No. No. First off, a lot of people while competing are, more nervous. So, no. Tough for a tight end to get it over a quarterback, but he's certainly in the short list. Oh. Remember though, Sonny, even if they come out of the bye, you're essentially two back. It's a lot of grind. They probably need to go 6-1. Be 10-7 and see whether or not that'll be enough. Because I think Atlanta definitely gets to 9. The question is, are they going to get to 10? Well, he's in the conversation, Irish football, which, 2 days ago he wasn't. So. Over a third of the season left, guys. What to me is interesting, and this is selfish, is we have a Monday night football game scheduled in Denver, December 2nd. And I think we have to decide, like now, whether or not we're going to keep that game or we're going to flex out of it. And obviously, Denver is a reason to watch. Cleveland is not. And so, we've got a couple other choices. Like, if you were programming, take your biases out of it. Which game do you think America would rather see? LA Chargers at Atlanta, Cleveland at Denver.
Wow. I'd probably go Chargers close.
I think there's one other choice that I wrote down.
Yeah, we're coming back.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. The word is, Mark, that sometime in the next 6 hours that there's going to be a house cleaning in Jacksonville. Is that an overreaction from the owner?
Oh, boy. It's tough to fire everybody when you're playing a backup quarterback. And it seems the Lions are really good, but they have figured out this way to pick on those that are lesser than them. When they have an opponent down, they really kick dirt on them. They do not let up when they see the opportunity to blow someone out.
Worst defeat in Jaguars franchise history. Ironically, what had been the worst defeat in Jaguars franchise history was in Jacksonville's very first year of existence, 1995, courtesy of the Detroit Lions. 52-6. Detroit had 645 yards of offense. 645 yards of offense. The Jags in their last 3 games combined have 100 less total yards of offense than Detroit had yesterday. The yards difference, Mark, between Detroit and Jacksonville yesterday. Detroit 645, Jacksonville 170. Now remember, that was an improvement over the week before when against the Vikings, I think they had 143. That's a 475-yard difference between Detroit's total and Jacksonville's. 475 yards. I mean, this is college football when Nebraska back in the day would bring San Jose State in the first or second week of the season, and they would, run it up 63-0. 645 yards of offense, a 475-yard differential. Apparently, it's the biggest yardage differential in a game in the NFL since 1979. 45 years a team hadn't beaten down an opponent, if not on the scoreboard, then on the field, the way Detroit did Jacksonville yesterday.
That's Lions football for you, David. That's what we've been saying for the longest time.
I know.
The juggernaut that is the Detroit Lions. Holy Toledo.
Right. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. I forgot who I was dealing with here.
Right.
It's that traditional power. No, I know.
In fact, Holy Toledo's the right thing because for the first time and maybe forever, Toledo's going, we might have been better off going to Michigan.
Or, you know what? We'll just root for the team to our north. Okay. Not on Saturdays, but on Sundays. Boom. Okay. Listen, I don't know how the GM keeps his gig. They're 30-64 since he started picking the players. I mean, can we do the math? That doesn't seem like, how do you make your case to stay?
Well, and David, when the owner says that this is the best talent we've had here, and, I expect big things out of this team.
Right.
Well, Mr. Khan's a smart guy. He's done pretty well in business, but my guess is, David, he's relied upon others for things. You don't get that far in life without having some key people helping you out along the way. And when those key people tell you that this is the most talented team we had, and they're on the clock right now,
yes,
it's
they are.
tough to trust the person who's telling you how much talent they've had.
Correct. To me, the bigger question is, are you getting rid of the coach? Because the coach has a track record. The coach was in Philadelphia for 5 years. And in 3 of those 5 years, he had winning records and he took them to the playoffs. And we all know in one of those 5 years, he won the Super Bowl. You know how many times the Eagles have won the Super Bowl? Once. Then he comes to Jacksonville, inherits a grease fire, and wins a division title and a playoff game. And even last year, despite the disappointing ending, they had a winning season. So in Doug Peterson's, 9 years as head coach, he's had 5 winning seasons. He's gone to the playoffs 4 times. He's won playoff games in 3 of the seasons he's been a head coach. But Mark, they're 3-14 since we showed up for Monday Night Football right around December 1st last year when they were 8-3 and tied for the 1 seed in the AFC. They are 3-14. I mean, this is everyone's talking about Florida State winning 19 in a row over 2 seasons, being 13-0 and not being invited to the playoff. Okay. And then the whole team opts out and they get humiliated 63-3 in an Orange Bowl. But, take that aside. And now what are they, 1-9? I mean, 13-0 to 1-9. Well, let's look at the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jaguars finished the 2022 season, winning 6 of 7? I think they were 3-6 or 3-7, something like that. Won 6 of 7 to win the division at 9-8 and then won a playoff game. So let's just say, I'll be off by a game, but let's just say they finished that year 6-2. And then they start last year 8-3. I mean, that's 14-5, give or take a game, in a nearly 20-game stretch. And at the end of that terrific run, as good a run as that franchise has had really in the last 25 years, they've gone 3-14 since.
Here's my question about Peterson, David. And to me, it's the only question. Has Trevor Lawrence gotten better while Doug Peterson's been his coach?
He was, but now he's not. I mean, he clearly was. He clearly was. But also, no coincidence, they go 3-14. He's not looking as good as when they were 14-5.
I know he's been out the last couple of weeks, but to me, the quarterback has regressed. By the way, I have trouble going forward with the same head coach when my quarterback is regressing.
Well, especially since the $275 million contract hasn't even kicked in yet. I mean, that's how much I'm invested in the quarterback. So, yeah, I think the whole thing's coming down. And in Jacksonville, for what it's worth, they're glad that what happened yesterday happened by who it happened from, because Jaguars Nation wants the Lions offensive coordinator desperately. That's who they want. They want Ben Johnson to be their head coach. They want to hook up Ben Johnson with their quarterback the way he hooked up with Trevor Goff. Or not Jared Goff, excuse me. Okay. They desperately want that. They're like blank piece of paper, pen, keys to the franchise, handpick your GM. We don't care. We're going as far as the $275 million guy can take us. We think he has more talent than the guy you just resurrected in Detroit. Let us know what we need to do. Their worry, Mark, is that they're so bad right now, and Ben Johnson looks as if he's going to get to pick the place where he wants to be head coach. Will Ben Johnson look at the Jags and go, I'm good?
Chicago or Jacksonville? What job would you take?
Jacksonville.
Because of ownership?
Ownership, easier division. I believe in Trevor more than I believe in Caleb.
Ownership would have a lot to do with it for me. I don't trust the ownership in Chicago and the way that they have gone through coaches and GMs and everything else. And there seems to be a power struggle. Maybe that's not the right term, but there's certainly the way the power brokers work in Chicago. I don't like it for an organization.
Well, look at how Khan has handled the last 12 years. I mean, basically hires people, gives them all the resources they want, and gets out of the way. After a few years, he comes in, he just asks a few questions. Hey, how come we're losing? Oh, okay. You need more time? All right. I'll come back in a couple years.
So, there are other jobs that may be open that'll interest Ben Johnson. They're definitely, I wouldn't take the Jets job.
No.
I'd have no interest in that if I was Ben Johnson. I'd have no interest in the Saints job if I was Ben Johnson. They don't have a quarterback. They've got salary cap hell. So, I mean, of the two jobs that are already open, I think they're going to have difficulty replacing or finding people for those jobs that want those jobs.
So, but the word is, because I believe the Jags are now on their bye week, and the word is that sometime this morning, that organization's getting blown up. So, I mean, once again, Mark, though, it's likely to happen right after we sign off. I mean, 10:06, 10:09. I mean, it's become a running joke between Miller and Moulton. We record our promo for the next day's show, and then we both check our phones for the next 10 to 15 minutes. Do we need to text one another? Hey, this just happened.
And it's been happening a lot lately. I'd like to see some of these guys get their act together and do something at 8:30. Start the day outright by firing somebody. Don't wait till 10. You got plenty of time to do that earlier in the morning.
I mean, I got summoned in when I got fired on Mondays. I got summoned in bright and early. I mean, why wait longer? I mean, for that matter, why didn't you fire him when the plane landed? I mean, why don't you pull a Pat Hayden with Lane Kiffin? I mean, you could fire him on the tarmac, or you could wait. It's not that far from the Jacksonville airport to the stadium and the offices. It's about 20 or so minutes. I mean, just wait for the ride, and as soon as you pull into the parking lot, say, hey, guys, can I see you? He could have taken care of it between 9 and 10 last night. But, so anyway, the word is that's happening. Don't know if it's both. Don't know if it's one. If so, which one? But the thought is it's going to be both.
If Balky keeps his job and Peterson gets blown out, I'll fall over.
Well, Mike Florio floated something last night on NBC in which he said that Balky worked with Belichick in the past. Okay, and that if Balky is kept around, it may be to try to pursue Belichick. Miller and Moulton. On an overreaction Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Thanks for starting your week off with us, MillerandMoulton.com.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They're currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, that's another announcement, Backsburg, that could come out today. At worst, tomorrow is that the Giants are benching Daniel Jones, effectively ending his Giants career.
Well, they have to because that insurance policy. I mean, they
Right. If he gets hurt, he counts $23 million against the cap next year. Ambient, I think that's also the last year the Jets won the AFC East. Because every time they made the playoffs under Rex, they were a wild card. When they made the playoffs under Mangini, they were a wild card. And I think that's the only year they won a three-way tiebreaker at 9-7 in 2002 against the Dolphins and Patriots. I think it's the last time the Jets won the East. They were wild cards both years that they went to the AFC title game.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X on an overreaction Monday. One of those topics could be the Florida Gators. Mark, how much from a percentage standpoint of our audience has wanted Billy Napier fired and physically removed from the borders that are the state of Florida?
158% of it. I
Well,
mean, in all seriousness, David, we have not had anybody. You and I have been the only people that have said, give him another year.
right. And we got mocked a week and a half ago when we did that. We were ahead of Strickland. We said, listen, here comes the 5-game gauntlet outside of Florida State. Don't know how many of these you're going to win. Could put another 5-7 season on the board. Even if you win one of them, that's 6-6. Doesn't seem as if it's going to make all you people that want him gone, to all of a sudden go, oh, he can stay. Well, Mark, it was one of those special Saturday nights in the swamp where a young quarterback had his coming out party, and they beat a team they weren't supposed to beat, and a team that Florida fans don't like particularly much. I mean, it ain't Georgia, it ain't Tennessee, it ain't Florida State, but they don't like LSU. They've been playing LSU on a regular basis for 20-plus years now. Had some hell of a games. Big games, too, over the years. Dramatic, controversial endings, particularly in the swamp. Mark, now the Gators are 5-5. Now it looks like, barring the unforeseen, at the very least, they're going to go to a bowl. And did I mention? Quarterback looks pretty damn good.
He does. Quick sidebar. You're right about the LSU thing, and it also helps that both teams are good. But this was largely a manufactured rivalry.
Yeah, totally.
And it's worked. Very rarely does the manufactured rivalry take hold.
Yep.
And because of the talent bases of both teams, I think the fact that they will fight every once in a while for the same player from a recruiting standpoint. And as you mentioned, a lot of these games have been very good and they've had some interesting endings. But this is a manufactured rivalry that has become a real rivalry. And that does not happen very often in sports, let alone in college football.
LSU essentially replaced Auburn on the Florida schedule. Florida and Auburn had quite the thing going for a long time. And Auburn got replaced with LSU. And LSU was not as into keeping the rivalry as Florida was. But Jeremy Foley, the longtime Florida athletic director, was like, oh, no. I need it for scheduling purposes.
That's what it was, because the Gators play the Dogs in Jacksonville, so it's not always a home game. You only get the Noles every other year, and there was a void on the Gators schedule, and they needed a solid opponent every year. LSU became that opponent.
Think about this year. I mean, Florida's got 4 rivals. It was the way Jeremy Foley looked at it. Well, Georgia never takes place in the swamp, and Florida State and Tennessee are lined up where they're home in the same year and on the road in the same year. Well, guess where Florida plays both Tennessee and Florida State this year? On the road, which means between Florida State, Georgia, and Tennessee, any of those games in the swamp this year? Nope. So for scheduling purposes, to sell tickets, Jeremy Foley was like, I need a marquee program. How about LSU? And remember, Nick Saban arrived in 2001. They've been marquee just about every moment since. He actually arrived in 2000, went to the SEC title game in 01, won the Natty in 03. Oh, yeah, the only team to beat LSU the year they won the Natty? Florida in Baton Rouge. But anyway, a magical Saturday night, strange Saturday night, time of possession 42-18. but it was the Gators making all the big plays. Lagway made 2 throws in that game that are just jaw-dropping. Like, oh, snap, is he talented. Wow. Damn. I mean, seriously. I mean, throws that, I don't know. I mean, seriously, Tebow didn't make throws like that. Okay, you name the quarterback. Chris Leak did make throws like that. And Leak, now don't get me wrong, Leak a far better quarterback for far longer. But I'm just talking about the 2 throws that he made in that game last night. That's just natural ability that, for as awesome as Danny Werfel, arguably the best quarterback in Florida history. I mean, I don't know if Werfel, especially the one where he's got the 2 ends coming to pinch him. He's got to step up in the pocket, and the linebacker's about to drill him. Okay. And he actually leaves his feet and doesn't throw it to the guy in the flat who's wide open, throws it to the guy running the skinny post, 40 yards downfield, hits him in stride down to the 1. Oh, my goodness. I mean, seriously, there aren't 5 NFL quarterbacks make that throw. And Mark, what have we always said? Who's Lagway tied to?
He's tied to the head coach.
Yes, sir.
That's Billy's guy right there.
Uh-huh.
And if he goes, DJ goes.
Yep. By the way, do you know who showed up at the LSU game for Lagway? Some of his high school teammates who are underclassmen who now want to play for the Gators. Uh-huh. Yeah. Remember all the recruits they had at the Miami game, and the Miami players were mocking them, making fun, you should come play for us? Yeah, well, Billy brought round 2 to the LSU game. Uh-huh. Those players had a very different experience at a night game at the Swamp with Florida winning. Yeah. It was a good night for Billy Napier. Mark, how many texts?
It's the biggest win of his career at Florida.
Totally. Mark, how many texts you getting about people wanting to get rid of Napier?
Not a one.
No? 21,000 text line, keyword Miller, Twitch chat room. Anybody still want to get rid of Napier?
No, I mean, the occasional text still voting on Friday's poll question, David. French dip and patty melt.
I took it on the chin twice on Friday, didn't I? Okay, French dip beat patty melt like 60-40, right?
Yes.
And what was the other question again?
The fight. Are you watching the fight? And it was
Right.
about the same.
So, yeah, I took it on the chin twice on Friday. It's another reason why we don't do poll question. Look at Sonny in our Twitch chat room. I love Billy. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. See, this is where I wish he had text in, because on your text, you have all their previous texts.
Right.
So that I can't look back at all the stuff that Sonny has said over the weeks and months and go, Sonny, wait a minute, I'm quoting you here. All right. You can on the text line. You're like, wait a minute. Sonny, 3 weeks ago, this is what you text. Mm-hmm. So, don't want to overreact. Obviously, this LSU team is flawed. All right. And they've lost 3 in a row now. I mean, hell, it could be a 7-5 LSU team for all we know. But you know what? Hot damn. Gators won a game they weren't supposed to win. Did it at home.
And their defense played really well in it.
Yeah, well, bend but not break, and it didn't
Yeah,
break.
but it didn't break. And
Right?
they've been able to score against most everybody, David.
By the way, Sonny's doubling and tripling down. He says, now I'm calling him SEC Billy and not Sunbelt Billy.
Pump the brakes just a little bit.
So people are now even complimenting Billy Napier in the post-game presser. Okay. I liked what he had to say. He looked confident. It's like, oh my goodness. I mean, can we just quote all of you from 10 and 14 days ago? When Miller and Moulton went on the air and said that Strickland should announce right now he's coming back in 2025, you all but threatened to leave the show.
And now, Ole Miss and Florida State, you just have to get one and you get 6 wins. And many of you said if you could get 6 wins with that schedule, it would be enough. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
It's time for one of the biggest diamond events of the year, right in your backyard. Join Jason and Todd at the Diamond District this weekend, Friday, November 22nd through Sunday the 24th, featuring GIA certified diamonds, diamond stud earrings, hoops, huggies, bracelets, diamond necklaces, anniversary bands, gemstone jewelry, and Rolex watches. Plus, Barry Verragio, founder of Verragio, one of America's top bridal designers, will join the Diamond District with his entire collection.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
We did not, neither of us picked the Gators on the show, but in our pool that we're in with the Jacksonville people, we did pick the Gators.
We stayed away from the game, DC.
But that's what I said. We picked it in that pool in Jacksonville. We had the Gators.
Yes. Mark, I picked up a game on you
Yes.
in the
In the NFL.
outright winners.
Uh-huh.
That game
And
last
now
night.
you're 9 below 500, and I'm 8 below 500 against the number.
That game last night was a big one. I could have picked up 3 games. Had the
I
Bengals.
know.
Ambient, my mother says thank you for being the language police. She's appreciative. Exactly. Exactly. Sleeping spotter. Yeah, Exactly. You've got it figured out. Yep. You guys are like the weathermen. For whatever reason, they get a pass, but the sportscaster doesn't, which makes no sense to me. Never has. Yeah, he got it wrong. We always think he's going to get it wrong. Oh, why do you watch him? She does, DC. Absolutely. On her iPad, sometimes she puts it on the TV. Yeah. Thank you, Realtor Clark.
I say swear in there. Unless she's going to come on the show or respond to you in the Twitch chat room, I would completely ignore
Please. I don't need the grief, guys. I'd appreciate it as a courtesy.
it. Blah, blah, blah.
She gives me a rundown every day. She loves you guys, loves the Twitch chat room. You entertain the hell out of her. She gives me a rundown every day. Oh, no. My mom's not in the chat room. She just follows you guys. 8 and 9 or 9 and 8, something like that.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. On an Overreaction Monday, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark, I'm about to ask you a series of questions. It is not an interrogation, even if you begin to feel that way, even if it begins to sound that way, okay? And I'm asking not only you, but everyone else listening. And there is a method to my madness, okay? It's kind of like in the attorney shows in which you say, Your Honor, if you could just give me a little leeway here. So, Mark, when determining which team that you would rank ahead of the other, I'm assuming head-to-head is the most important quality.
Head-to-head is the most important quality. And there are other factors that, of course, you're going to have to take into consideration. But at the end of the day, head-to-head is the equalizer, if you will.
Okay. So head-to-head's a tiebreaker, but is head-to-head the be-all and end-all?
It should be.
Okay, so that basically if you and I play and you win, that there's nothing that I can do with my resume that can overcome my head-to-head loss to you.
Given the fact that our records are equal, yes. When records start becoming different, then head-to-head can take a back seat.
Okay. And the reason that I want to establish this premise is because obviously what we now have before us in the SEC.
Right.
In which we have teams that have more impressive resumes than others, yet have lost head-to-head to those others.
Hello, Georgia.
Hello, Alabama. I mean, what's Tennessee's best win?
Alabama.
They beaten anybody else?
No.
Right. Meanwhile, Alabama's got a bunch of good wins, but they lost to Tennessee. So does that mean that at the end of the day, when they're both 10-2, you have to put Tennessee ahead of Alabama? Because remember, we're living in a world now of unbalanced scheduling.
Well, David, I would, and I answered the first question incorrectly. I should have said head-to-head is the end-all be-all unless the game involves the Alabama Crimson Tide. Then there are other factors involved, namely one team's named Alabama.
Tennessee, non-conference schedule this year, Chattanooga, Kent State. They're playing UTEP this week, and they did play NC State on a neutral field, and they humiliated them, by the way, beat them by 6 touchdowns. And at the time that they played NC State was ranked 24th in the country. Now it's week 2, and as we know, preseason polls suck.
That's why Miller and Moulton wouldn't have any rankings come out until at least week 6 of the season, because so many people go, well, they beat NC State and they were ranked. NC State shouldn't have been ranked.
Right. And, we can go through this. USC, Florida State. I mean, it happens all the time. Okay. Meanwhile, these are their SEC wins. Oklahoma, Florida, Kentucky, Mississippi State, and Alabama at home by a score. They've lost to Georgia, and they've lost to Arkansas. Now, we all know Alabama's schedule. Who they've beaten, who they've lost to. Remember, Alabama lost to Vandy. Tennessee lost to Arkansas. Now, Vandy sounds like a worse loss, but in reality this year, Mark, losing at Vandy, losing at Arkansas. Push?
Maybe. I think the Arkansas loss might be worse.
Okay.
I mean,
now, Alabama
is Arkansas bowl eligible yet?
I don't think so. I thought they had 5 going into the Texas game over the weekend.
Right.
Well, and the same thing with Oklahoma and Florida. None of them are bowl eligible yet, but they all can get to bowl eligibility. Meanwhile, for Alabama, we know they've beaten Georgia. We know they went on the road and they beat Wisconsin. You'd have to consider their non-conference win better than Tennessee beating NC State, right?
Yes.
A little bit? The same?
A little bit.
A little bit.
No, a little bit.
Okay. Alabama, by the way, beat South Carolina. Hey, they're ranked. South Carolina is that freaky play against LSU when they picked off Nussmeier, but the guy got called for the penalty on the return, and it got negated. Okay, if that play, which is a very controversial play, didn't happen, South Carolina is like in the playoff right now.
Might be the best 3-loss team in the country right now.
Alabama beat LSU on the road. They beat Missouri when they were ranked. Alabama's schedule grades out in the top 5 in the country. So when you're ranking just Tennessee and Alabama, never mind, we'll get into Georgia and Alabama. Alabama beat Georgia. Does anybody have better wins than Georgia? They won at Texas handily, by the way. They just handled Tennessee. They beat Clemson handily. Best non-conference win of the trio of teams we're talking about here. So Bama's beaten Georgia. Georgia's beaten Tennessee. Tennessee's beaten Bama. They're all going to finish 10-2. Rank them. I haven't even thrown Ole Miss into the mix.
Right, who beat Georgia.
But also has far and away the worst loss of the group. A home loss to Kentucky. So that's the other thing. Your gut feeling. And it's not just you, Mark. It's everybody.
Man, do we need A&M to beat Texas to really, really mess with this sucker.
Hey, I can make the case if A&M beats Texas, Texas shouldn't be in the playoff. I don't care.
Who have they beaten?
Exactly. If we're holding Indiana to the who have you beaten standard, then let's hold Texas to the same standard.
We just play the eye test with Texas. Well, they just look better. Really? Are you sure?
And they're Texas, and they went to the semis last year, and we know they're loaded with talent. We do. I mean, half their defensive line's getting drafted in the first round. Their quarterback might get drafted in the first round. We know they're talented. Fact of the matter is, have beaten, listen, they scheduled Michigan at home and home. Unfortunately, they scheduled one of the worst Michigan teams of the last 40 years. So they're going to get about as much credit for beating Michigan on the road as Alabama's going to get for beating Wisconsin on the road. But also, Mark, gut feeling. What means more to you? Take the teams and the games out of the equation. Just a blanket statement. What do you value more? The really good win or the really bad loss?
The really good win.
So
proving that you can beat the better teams. The really good win, when I'm trying to measure you up against other playoff teams, David, that's what I'm measuring up, not the loss.
So you'll give Ole Miss, just a little bit more credit for taking care of Georgia the way they did, then you're just a little ahead of the curve than them also losing to Kentucky at home.
Yes. That's how I would do it.
Okay. Well, that's important, though, because seemingly everybody's got a bad loss, except for Georgia. You could argue Georgia does not. I mean, Georgia's losses are on the road to Ole Miss and Alabama. I mean, come on, 2 top 10 teams on the road, and they beat Texas on the road? I mean, come on now. That's why, to me, Mark, Georgia's in. SEC getting 4 or 5. To me, Georgia's in.
I believe you're right, because I think the committee also puts more on the combination of wins and losses, and their losses aren't as bad. And when too many teams, when you play the game that A beat B, B beat C, C beat A, you've got to differentiate somehow.
Right. So how do you do it? I mean, think about it. Alabama, Tennessee. If, let's just say, the winner of Texas A&M is in, because they're going to be in the SEC title game, and we're putting Georgia in for their 10-2, then this is going to come down to Alabama, Tennessee, Ole Miss, 2 of the 3. Right now, according to the AP and the coaches poll, the 2 teams that would go would be Alabama and Ole Miss, and Tennessee would be out. Now, the committee is going to come out tomorrow, and they're going to rank the top 5 SEC teams in whatever order they're going to rank them.
I do think the committee got a little bit of a break, David, in that BYU lost, so they don't have to worry about, and Miami losing. There's no way the ACC and the Big 12 are one-bid conferences.
Correct.
I'm convinced of that.
Correct.
That's the one break the committee's got.
Right. Now, the committee could also get a break. What if Notre Dame loses here? Army, USC are their last 2 games. They lose either one, they're out. The group of 5 is obviously going to get a bid. So the thought is right now, there'll be 4 automatics, ACC, Big 12, Notre Dame, group of 5. There's 8 left. Is this going to be a 4-4 split? Or is it Ole Miss against Indiana? Is it Tennessee against Indiana? Because, Mark, I'm with you. Alabama ain't getting left out. It's a TV show.
No, they're not. And Georgia's not getting left out.
Right.
Remember, Georgia was left out a year ago. Everybody talks about Florida State, but Georgia had a case, and they blew it because they had an easy schedule, didn't beat anybody, lost the last game.
So, just curious, all of you. Does head-to-head just end it once and for all? Period, end of sentence. Even though, because, let's be honest. Alabama's resume is better than Tennessee's. It is. And I think most of us think if Alabama and Tennessee played on a neutral field 10 times, Bama would win 6 of them. Well, maybe I'm wrong in making that statement. But fact of the matter is they played in Knoxville. Tennessee won. So does that mean if we're debating Alabama, Tennessee, Tennessee's got to go? Period. Don't care about unbalanced scheduling. Don't care about who you beat.
I think the Big Ten should be ready for 3 teams. That's what unless Indiana plays the game of their life on Saturday.
31-21 Ohio State.
I
Indiana's
think
not
that gets Indiana in.
right. You and I have it at kind of 14.
Cover.
What's the number?
11.5.
Ooh.
Cover.
I think they can lose by 14.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't think they can be down 21 and score with 2 minutes to go and lose by 14. I think it's got to be a game. We'll be watching. It's a big noon game. We're going to pay attention. It's halftime. It's a game. It's a one-score game. Through the third quarter, it's a game. Even if Ohio State's up 10, it's a game. In which at the end of the game, you go, yeah, obviously Indiana's not as good as Ohio State, but do they belong? Yeah, they belong. Come on, we all know.
I'm rooting for Indiana to give them a game. I want to see this committee have to figure out which SEC teams it's putting in, which fan bases it's going to honk off, and how they're going to decide to carve up this wild SEC season. And I'll be honest, I want A&M to beat Texas.
I do too. I do too. I thought I read this last night. I think it's going to come down to the fourth tiebreaker, by the way, which is essentially strength of schedule in terms of, because none of them have played all of each other. So the first 3 tiebreakers aren't going to apply. If everybody who's supposed to win out wins out, the winner of Texas A&M will go to Atlanta. I believe, Mark, right now they'll play Alabama. Because Alabama has played the best schedule of Georgia, Ole Miss, Tennessee.
What happens for the loser of Texas? I mean, that's a third loss. They're just not going to count that game, right?
Well, if A&M loses, they're out because that's 3 losses, even though it's 2 SEC losses. The big question will be if Texas loses. Texas will be 10-2. And their best win is who again? Exactly. Texas could become the Indiana of the SEC, Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment
The
online.
world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Spirit Airlines has filed for bankruptcy. Guess they tried to merge with JetBlue. It didn't happen. Oh, well, that'll be cool, Realtor Clark. Month, huh? Be a little rusty. Who knows? Might just go out there and hit it great. Look at Adam. Lions Jags was a Diddy party. Hello.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We're halfway home in the 239 and the 904, but it is the final hour of the show in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. Thanks so much for starting your Monday and Overreaction Monday with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So the Dolphins got a nice win. Don't know if they're a serious playoff contender or not. It's just all part of their schedule. Should win next week too against New England, get to 5-6. But I mean, Denver whooping Atlanta yesterday. Good news for the Tampa Bay Bucks. Not good news for a bunch of AFC teams.
No, the Dolphins had a coming out party yesterday. I mean, when we're all busy watching Steelers and Ravens and then Bills and Chiefs, it was the Denver Broncos who just whooped up on the Atlanta Falcons yesterday from the word go.
Yep.
They dominated the game. Bo Nix had his coming out party, threw for over 300 yards, a couple of touchdowns, was terrific in the game for the Broncos yesterday.
4 TDs for Bo Nix yesterday. Matthew Stafford, Bo Nix, both with 4 touchdowns in wins yesterday. The playoff picture remains largely the same. Some seeding has changed with the Chargers win and the Ravens losing. This morning, the Chargers are the first wild card at 7-3. Baltimore is the second wild card at 7-4.
Which they'd play the Steelers in the postseason.
Correct. Right now, the 3-6 matchup, Baltimore would go to Pittsburgh. Denver, the 7 seed at 6-5, but with the Colts rallying, I mean, the Broncos were, I don't know, a minute away from maybe clinching a playoff spot, even though the Colts-Jets game was first, if you know what I mean. I mean, if Anthony Richardson doesn't lead 2 fourth-quarter scoring drives, Jets beat the Colts. I mean, Denver's sitting at 6-5 with a 2-game lead for a playoff spot. I don't know if they could blow that. I know Cincinnati plays Denver, I think, late in the year, but I mean, the Colts are a game back. Dolphins are a game and a half back. Bengals are 2 games back. I mean, Denver's in really good shape. Really good shape.
Denver has the Raiders, the Browns, and then a 3-game stretch against average to above average teams. They go Colts, at Chargers, at Bengals, and then they finish with the Chiefs. So their last 4 are a little more difficult.
But Colts, Bengals amongst them, and you would think Denver would have to lose probably both of them to be in jeopardy here. I mean, because right now, I mean, got Indy at 5-6, Dolphins at 4-6, Cincy at 4-7. I mean, you think any of those 3 are getting a 9? Colts got to go 4-2 from here just to get to 9-8. Dolphins, as we know, have to go 5-2. Bengals have to go 5-1. I mean, I don't know if anybody else in the AFC is going to have a winning record than the 7 teams that do right now.
The Colts would have to beat the Broncos, and then it would be maybe.
Right. Maybe.
At best, because the Colts have to play the Lions this week.
But, Mark, the game that no one's talking about, which to me was arguably the most surprising result of the day. The Niners lost at home to the Seahawks. I mean, it's kind of like the situation Georgia was in Saturday night. I mean, the reality was, holy blank, Georgia has to win this game or they're not going to make the playoff. Who the heck would have thunk that at the beginning of the year? Georgia won't make a 12-team playoff? Seriously? But they won. I mean, come on. What was the thought 16 hours ago?
David, I thought San Francisco was still winning the division.
Right. And we're still, a lot of people 16 hours ago thought the biggest threat to the Lions was still the Niners. Not the 8-2 Eagles, not the Vikings and Packers. That San Francisco's going to get healthy. This is what they do. They finish season strong. They're going to win the West. They're going to get in, and their seeding doesn't matter because of their style of play.
The last 2 years, I think they have one loss after the bye.
They had won 6 straight against Seattle. Seattle's starting center woke up Friday morning and retired. His body just too beat up to play anymore. And they went into Santa Clara and beat the Niners in the Niners type of game too. A physical defensive slugfest. Wow. Arizona now has a game lead in the West. The Niners are 5-5. I mean, we did say, for what it's worth, but listen, we did not think this was happening this year. But before the season started, Miller and Moulton did go through the Niners roster and contracts and said, this might be the final year of the window. That this is a get the ring this year because they're going to have to pay Purdy, and they're probably not going to be as good going forward. Another year older for Trent Williams and McCaffrey, and they're going to have to split up the wide receivers. They're only going to be able to afford one of them. Another year older for Kittle. This is the biggest open window year of the next few for the Niners. Losing a mid-November home game to Seattle? This window might be smaller than we think.
David, they still have games left at the Bills, at the Packers, home with the Lions, at the Cardinals, and even at the Dolphins. I mean,
right?
Rams and Bears are the other two. I mean, they have formidable opponents the rest of the season.
Now, still, it's just got to win the West. But the other thing that happened yesterday is, how big was that for the Washington Commanders? I mean, Arizona's 6-4, but the rest of that division's 5-5. Mark, we just spent time talking about the AFC and who can challenge Denver for that final playoff spot. Right now, the Commanders are 7-4. Also, look at the Commanders' remaining schedule.
Right. They can almost get to 11 by default, David.
They're certainly, unless something's really wrong with Daniels, and they're just going to fall off the map here. I mean, the Commanders are going to get to 10.
Absolutely.
Well, now the Rams and the Niners are already at 5 losses. And like you said, we look at the Commanders' remaining schedule. I mean, they got Dallas twice. How fortunate is that? They get Philly, but they get them at home.
But even if they lose that, Washington's sitting there with, as you mentioned, the Cowboys twice. That's their next game. They've got the Titans. They've got at the Saints, home for the Falcons. They should get to 10 without much of a problem.
Yeah. In fact, it might be disappointing if they don't get to 11.
But 10's interesting because if the Bucs can get their act together, that gives Tampa a shot at 10 because they beat Washington week 1.
Boy, double-edged sword for Tampa Bay when Washington plays Atlanta. For the obvious reasons. They'd want Washington to win, right? Because they're trying to chase down the Falcons to win the South. But in the same token, they don't own the tiebreaker against Atlanta. They own the tiebreaker against Washington. So how strange would it be? Would it actually benefit the Bucs if when Atlanta and Washington plays that Atlanta wins? Is Tampa's best chance to make the playoff chasing down the final wild card or chasing down the Falcons for the South?
Don't know what to make of the Falcons. That was an uninspired performance yesterday. Denver just dominated that game.
So right now, we only have 7 teams in each conference with winning records. The playoffs are readily apparent. We got 3 5-5 teams in the NFC. The Rams, Seahawks, and Niners. And in the AFC, we got what? 5-6, 4-6, 4-7. Colts, Dolphins, Bengals. Can a guy be an MVP finalist on a 7-10 team, by the way? Because Joe Burrow's having an amazing year. I mean, is it his fault that his defense sucks?
No, it's not. And you are right. He is having an incredible year because that game looked over last night, and all of a sudden Burrow leads them back. Gives them a clear shot to win the game. But the defense, once again, falls apart on the last drive.
Mark, his TD to interception ratio is almost 7-1. 7-1. And he's having to throw the ball 40-plus times a game.
Yeah, that coach there might be in trouble.
Boy, I don't know. Cincinnati holds on to guys a long time.
I understand that. What if I could bring you Belichick to Cincinnati?
That would be ironic. He could show up at the podium and say, I told you I was on to Cincinnati.
On to Cincinnati.
But boom.
Man, he could win that press conference.
Right there.
Just
right there.
Walk in, ho-hum. Guys, I've said it for a long time, but it's on to Cincinnati.
And
leave. Yeah. Call it a day right there.
Yeah.
That defense is atrocious.
Not good. Not good.
And people like their DC. That's the funny
thing.
Right.
Oh, they love him. Hell, he's been a finalist for head coaching jobs the last couple of years.
Yeah. Not anymore.
Going to be tough to give him one now. Although I will say Mike McCarthy got the Packers job as offensive coordinator of the Niners when they were 31st in the league in total offense. Sometimes you just got to know the right guy and I guess have a really good interview. Because I remember when they hired him, I'm like, wait a minute. They weren't third in the league in offense. They were 31st. The Packers aware of that? Did something happen to the copier machine when they got the resume? Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
It's time for one of the biggest diamond events of the year, right in your backyard. Join Jason and Todd at the Diamond District this weekend, Friday, November 22nd through Sunday the 24th, featuring GIA certified diamonds, diamond stud earrings, hoops, huggies, bracelets, diamond necklaces, anniversary bands, gemstone jewelry, and Rolex watches. Plus, Barry Verragio, founder of Verragio, one of America's top bridal designers, will join the Diamond District with his entire collection.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sonny, doesn't the winner get like $1.5 million or something?
I do think you're right, Ambient. You got 3 games you can win. You should be fine if you take it, but that's a pretty good win streak. Don't screw up.
No, Irish football, Indiana, Ohio State's the big noon game on Fox. We've got Penn State, Minnesota afterwards.
Get to go to Minnesota.
Yep.
Oh, you've been to a Vikings game, though, so I was going to say it's been a while. But
I haven't been to the Gopher Stadium. So, looking forward to it. And it's a direct flight. Yay. Don't have a lot of them from Jacksonville. That's why I flew to Chicago this week, even though it's a 2+ hour drive to Purdue.
Gary come back with you?
Uh-huh.
Was he happy?
Uh-huh.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Overreaction Monday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Breaking news out of New Jersey. The Giants have officially benched Daniel Jones. Can't imagine anybody has them on their fantasy team. But apparently, they're going Tommy DeVito. Tommy Cutlets.
Tommy Cutlets?
They're going Tommy Cutlets for the final 7 games of the year. We'll see how long this lasts.
Well, right now the Giants have the 5th overall pick, David. Tommy Cutlets gives them the better shot of getting to the 1st overall pick than Drew Lock does.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Do you think that this is a combination? A, there aren't 4 Giants fans that want to see Drew Lock play. And believe it or not, Tommy Cutlets has some local appeal, Jersey kid, bada bing, bada boom, that sort of deal.
We put Tommy Cutlets in there, going to win some games. You know what I mean?
And even if not, let's face it, we're playing for the draft pick. Now, the Giants, are they 5th overall because they've only played 10 games?
Well, they are, David, believe it or not, they are the best 2-8 team based on strength of schedule that they've played. Now, this could get worse quickly. They're 1/1000th better than Vegas. They're 5/1000ths better than Cleveland, and they're 18/1000ths better than Tennessee. So it's very tied up with the strength of schedule. Jacksonville's the only 2-9 team.
Although, Mark, you can just take care of business by losing out and finishing 2-15. I mean, that'll probably get you, if not the first overall pick, I think it'll get you at least the second. Because remember, they lost to Carolina, and Carolina's now got 3 wins. So, and New England's got 3 wins, right?
New England, yes. New England, the Jets, Carolina, and Dallas, all 3-win teams right now.
Right. So, come on now. You're playing for the draft pick. You need a quarterback. But first news of the day, Daniel Jones bench. That'll end his Giants career.
And this was done for financial reasons. If he gets hurt, they're on the hook next year for, what is it against the cap? 28 million or something like that?
I thought it was 23, but yeah.
23, okay.
But they're on the hook for, just call it 25 million. And now he ain't going to get hurt. So, because he ain't even going to be the backup. He'll be the emergency quarterback. And if Daniel Jones has to come into the game, they'll have him hand the ball off the whole day.
No doubt. This is financial, 100%. This isn't to give the Giants the best chance to win, which I still think with the quarterbacks they have, Daniel Jones gives them the best chance to win.
The other thing is you have to figure this move was made in consultation with the owner. Because it is widely believed that the reason that the Giants gave Daniel Jones the extension that they did is because the owner wanted it. And that the owner didn't insist on keeping Saquon Barkley. So losing him is on the GM. But the Daniel Jones contract in league circles is largely seen not on Joe Schoen. It's on Schoen appeasing his owner. So you have to believe that Dable and Schoen went, which also to me says that they're on stronger footing than people want to believe.
You would think that this is giving them a shot at next year.
Right. Because this is sitting down having the big picture conversation of we're done with him. We're releasing him in the offseason. We're moving on. We have to go get a quarterback. Okay. The owner's signing off on it. And then discussing, what do you think's our best way to do that? Draft or free agency? Mark, there's already a quarterback with a New Jersey address, and he knows the stadium. I mean, he might become available too. I'm joking.
Huh. I hope so.
In all seriousness, let's just say the Jets decide to move on from him. Is it possible that the whole rest of the league passes and then he's done?
It's a great question.
Because
one I didn't think I was going to get today.
Because we've gone through the list. I mean, there's over a quarter of the league that still needs quarterbacks. And if Aaron Rodgers at 41, I mean,
so
he hasn't looked good.
If you want an accurate guy who can't move, who's fixed on playing a system that's been outdated in the league, he's your guy.
But let's face it, we could rattle off 6-7 situations right now in which, for all the stuff that we can throw on Aaron Rodgers right now, he's still better than ...
No, I'm looking at the 2025 draft order. He's better than what's in Tennessee. He's better than what's in Cleveland. He's better than what's in Las Vegas. He's better than what's at the Giants. He's better than what's in Carolina.
Is he better than what's in New Orleans?
I don't think so.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't think so, David. I'd pass on him, by the way. I wouldn't want anything to do with Aaron Rodgers.
So if the Jets release him and you're the Tennessee Titans and you're unable to get your hands on a quarterback in the draft and your quarterback room is Mason Rudolph and Will Levis, you're not picking up the phone and calling?
No, I'm not.
Would be interesting if
David, one of the things that you and I are guilty of, we admit it freely. We are not gentle in the face.
No.
Aaron is not gentle in the face. Aaron does not bring anything to the room anymore that looks to be helpful. He's more dismissive of everything, or at least appears to be so. And that's not someone I want. I don't want an old guy who is looking down at everybody, telling them how much better he is than them when he's not that much better anymore.
Okay, it's difficult to envision this right now, but sometimes we all have that moment in which reality is the slap in the face, the cold water, the whole deal, in which we change. What if Aaron Rodgers realizes, wow, I got released and my phone's not ringing, but I still want to play? And what if somebody, Aaron comes to the realization, wow, I'm going to have to be Joe Flacco. I'm going to have to be that veteran guy who accepts the number 2 position, who helps out younger quarterbacks.
Do you see that?
No, come on now. That's not what I said. I said, okay, the slap in the face, the cold water over the head, he comes to that realization. No, right now, of course, nobody could see that. But he's released. The phone's not ringing. All right. It's the 6 weeks in between the start of free agency and the draft. The draft comes and goes. The phone hasn't rung. All right. Would you? Because I'm telling you right now, Chicago could use him if he's willing to accept that role. That kid needs a tutor. He does.
I just don't see Aaron as that guy.
None of us do.
I don't see him ever taking a back seat to play the backup role.
I know.
He's never been a tutor in his life.
I know.
He didn't do it with Jordan Love. I don't know why he would do it for Caleb Williams.
Well, that's not supposedly he was really good with Jordan Love. I mean, Jordan Love and Rodgers has even said, Brett was not good to me, and I made sure that I was not going to be that guy. Jordan Love has really good things to say about Rodgers. Zach Wilson, for the 1 year they were together, actually had really good things to say about how much Rodgers tried to help him. Now, he always helped him from a position of being the guy, though. This is different. Now you're helping him, and you're the backup.
I mean, if that's the case, just go be a quarterback coach. And I don't see that as being the future of his career. Miller and Moulton. 21,000's the text line on an overreaction Monday. What are you overreacting to as you wake up on this overreaction Monday?
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't think that's an overreaction at all, Spitz. They got that Florida flu, man. They got whooped by Panthers on, what was it, Saturday night? 6 spit or 5 spit, whatever it was.
If your uterus has more confirmed.
Whoa.
I didn't mean to turn the volume on there. I was just trying to see what she was saying.
I turned that off. I didn't know where that was going.
Yeah, I turned it off too.
Yeah, I know, RCB. They
Boy, that Giants Cowboys Thanksgiving game's looking sexy, isn't it? Tommy DeVito, Cooper Rush.
is that the noon?
That's the 4 o'clock game. Cowboys always play at 4.
That's right. Okay. Planning dinner at 4:30 then.
Might as well. Bears Lions at noon. Dolphins Packers, the late game in Green Bay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Our final segment in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. The Diamond District bonus hour awaits at the top of the hour in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, broadcasting live from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
I haven't figured out your pause yet on that. I've been studying you just so I can sync up with the just keeping it real.
Okay.
I've not been close to syncing up with you. I'm either early or late. So I've been studying your pause on that. I think I'm getting better, maybe by the end of the week.
Do you want me to point at you?
Ooh, that's what they do in the ad.
Okay. I mean, we could do that so that we do it together. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. I pointed at you. I just, the point, went down. It left the screen. It's like, come on, let's go. So, all right, we'll do it. We can work on it before or after the show. I mean, you and I put a lot of prep into the show. I mean, about 11, 13 seconds. So we'll do that now. That'll be the prep that we do. Hey, we know what we're going to talk about. So let's do this Floormeisters thing. Ready? 1, 2, 3. And we'll just do it.
Perfect.
Okay.
Like
so are you going to give the Steelers the North? I mean, it's Overreaction Monday. I mean, what's your overreaction?
I can't give the Steelers the North. David, I watch them play every game. I know their defense is really good.
Yeah, it is.
I still don't think that they're a really good football team. And I don't know if that's me missing something or if, I look at that. They won. If they play in Baltimore, I see Baltimore winning the next time.
Really? Pittsburgh's on 7 out of 8.
I understand that.
Okay.
I'll take Baltimore right now. Put it that way.
Sounds good. I'll take the Steelers and the points. You know what's another thing that happened? Not only is Pittsburgh 7-1 in their last 8, do you know that's like the 8th or 9th straight game that the winning team hasn't gotten to 20 when they play? I mean, that game yesterday's, that's the Steelers and the Ravens, man. And if that doesn't appeal to you, don't watch. I mean, we're going on basically in the 2020s. Every time they've met, that's the game. And Pittsburgh wins.
They had a little more than 300 total yards for the game, did Pittsburgh.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's wow. They were on fire.
And that's, I think, due to the last drive.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter how you get across that finish line,
I mean, they didn't run it particularly well.
No, but they were just kind of, doing it to kill time.
Russ's numbers weren't particularly great.
No, bad interception in the end zone.
Awful interceptions, but they got 2 turnovers.
Uh-huh.
And I will say, do they have the best kicking game in the business right now? Any kicker you trust more than Boswell right now?
Certainly not at home. And certainly not at home.
I mean, we watched Baltimore miss 2 field goals by a guy who's going to the Hall of Fame as a kicker and doesn't miss field goals.
Yeah, he's actually had a bad year. He's had the year, remember late in Vinatieri's career when he had that year with the Colts and we went, he ain't Adam Vinatieri anymore. Yeah, Tucker's had that kind of year.
And I'm not sure. And I get that Baltimore really wants Lamar to be a pocket passer. He ran it 4 times for 46 yards. Every time he seemed to run the ball, it seemed to be really effective. They only gave Derrick Henry the ball 13 damn times.
Well, they did have trouble staying on the field. So, and then they fell behind. So, one leads to the other. But, this is, let's face it, they lost the AFC Championship game last year. And a lot of people think that the reason they lost was Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator. They got away from the run. Got away from the run. In a game that was close, that they could have kept running the ball. And they got away from the run.
And there never seemed like a time as far as Pittsburgh getting behind where Baltimore couldn't rely on the run, David. The game was never 2 scores. It was never at a point where lining it up and saying we can beat you running the football is an option. And I thought Lamar should have been running the football more. but they don't want to do that. Maybe they're saving that for the playoffs. Like Josh Allen ran it more yesterday than he's been running it. Why? It was the Chiefs.
Well, and also I think they're down weaponry, and they need him to run to beat the very good teams. Now, that last play was obviously improv. I mean, pocket's breaking down. Escape the pocket. Gotta go. First down. I'll just keep going. So you're not willing to award the division to the Steelers?
I'm not.
Okay, fair enough. Are you willing to eliminate the Bengals? They're done. 4-7. They're done.
They're done.
Okay. So
they're done because I don't think they can run the table. They're not good enough defensively to run the table, David. They're not beating Pittsburgh twice.
I can't disagree. But they've got a head-to-head with Denver, and you just wonder, can they go 5-1? And, if they beat Denver head-to-head, maybe Denver can't get to 10. I have no problem with you eliminating the Bengals. No problem at all. Just asking. It's an overreaction Monday.
I'll eliminate the Bengals for you. 2 with the Steelers, 1 with the Broncos. I don't see them winning all 3 of those games, and I think they would have to.
Okay, right now, you freeze both conferences. The 7 teams that are in the playoffs in the NFC, the 7 teams that are in the playoffs in the AFC. That's going to be the 7. The seedings can change, but that's the 7. Kansas City, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Houston, Chargers, Ravens, Broncos.
I think that's done. I think the AFC that's what it's going to look like when it's all said and done, David.
Okay, so you're freezing the AFC. It's done. Yeah. It's over. We're not even to Thanksgiving.
Feel like we're playing a video game. Yes, I'm going to freeze the AFC, David.
Well, but also
is this Card Sharks?
Yeah, I think it was actually. All right, I love the Card Sharks.
It was a great game.
Yes, put the check mark. So we're putting the check mark next to them that says clinch playoff spot. That's what you're doing for the 7 teams in the AFC. Okay, NFC. Detroit, Philly, Arizona, Atlanta, Minnesota, Green Bay, Washington.
No, I'm not. I will not freeze the NFC.
Is it Arizona or is it Atlanta?
Yes.
Come on now.
No, it's both.
Oh, really?
It's both that I worry about. I think Tampa, with what it, look at, I know playing at Denver is tough and that defense is legit, but what Bo Nix did to them yesterday, that surprised me. I ended up picking Atlanta. I told you when we picked, I had dots. I'm sitting there I write my initial next to each NFL game. I couldn't figure out who I wanted to pick there. I inevitably went with the old quarterback and I made a mistake. But the way in which they beat them down worries me about the Falcons.
Okay. So you actually think Tampa's still very much in play because they will be favored in 6 of their final 7.
Getting Mike Evans back, I think they have a shot. And I do not think Arizona's winning that division. I'll still put my money on San Francisco, despite the fact that they lost yesterday to Seattle.
Bucs had a strong finish last year to win the South. Would take the same type of run this year, but the schedule's very favorable. Think about it. Bucs' first game this coming Sunday, Tommy Cutlets and the Giants. Come on now. It's got to be a W, right?
In fact, don't you run and try to bet that at 4.5 right now before that line jumps up to about 8?
You really? I don't know that it moves much more than a half a point. Daniel Jones is really bad, Mark. I really don't think demoting Daniel Jones is going to move that line much.
You don't think that line goes to at least 6?
No. I don't. Maybe 5.5.
Wow. That is an indictment on one Daniel Jones. Not that you're saying anything differently than you've ever said it before.
For 6 years, right?
Let that be known.
By the way, 6 years. They wasted 6 years. I mean, that's how big that decision is. Take a quarterback in the first round.
And when they did, for the record,
Ugh.
David, it's the only time in my life that I've ever seen David's fandom truly come out. Because for the most part, when David and I are sitting next to one another, it's in a working capacity. David is much better about keeping his fandom inside than I am. I'm better at it than I used to be. A lot better. But it still slips from time to time. David can turn the fandom right off. We were at a remote in Cape Coral, Florida. Act 2, I believe. Is it Act 2?
Oh, yeah. No, it was Act 2. No, he got drafted. It was 2019. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And David had an out-of-body experience at the bar we were at hosting a draft party. And it was wonderful.
One of the worst moments of my life. One of the worst moments of my life. 6th overall pick. They took Daniel Jones from Duke.
Do you remember who you wanted them to take?
Oh, man, I'd have to go back. The thing that really bothered me was they took him at 6 because Washington was picking at like 13, and they didn't think Jones would make it past Washington at 13, and the Giants' second first-round pick was at either 15 or 17. And I was like, listen, if Washington wants Daniel Jones, let them take him. You got to be kidding me. There's now a rule, by the way. This is the last bit of fandom. There's now a rule. If you work for the New York Giants, you're not allowed to draft a quarterback from Duke. I don't care if Arch Manning transfers to Duke and plays for him. You're not allowed to draft a quarterback from Duke. The Giants drafted Dave Brown in the supplemental draft as the guy to replace Phil Simms 30 years ago. And then they took Daniel Jones as the guy to replace Eli Manning. The two best quarterbacks the franchise has had in the last 60 years, and they picked guys from Duke to succeed both of them, who have both failed miserably.
We're not talking about the Knicks. We're talking about the Giants.
Correct.
So that is a moment I will never, ever forget.
You had to go there, didn't you?
Oh, it was spectacular.
I'll figure out who it is I wanted them to take. I don't know. There's so many moments, Mark. They could have had Micah Parsons when the Eagles traded ahead of him for Devontae Smith, and instead they traded out. So, okay. I mean, please, do not get me started.
Do you want this GM to stay?
I'm not sure, because I want the coach. I feel a lot about the Giants the way I feel about the Vikings. I love the coach in Minnesota. I really like the coach with the Giants. I'm not enamored with the GM in Minnesota at all. I am not enamored with the GM with the Giants.
And I think that's very fair based on his draft record. This past year was good. The two prior, not so much.
Not good at all. See, Mark, the Meatloaf song is 2 out of 3 ain't bad. It's supposed to be 2 out of 3 good, not 2 out of 3 bad. It's really tough to put a team together when you're only nailing 1 out of the 3 drafts.
No, that seems to be a problem. 3 out of 3 would be ideal. 2 out of 3, as you said, David, ain't bad. You can get away with that. 1 out of 3, that not usually gets you on the unemployment line.
Correct.
So no Daniel Jones out as a starter in New York for the Giants. We'll see if there's a change in the guard in Jacksonville later this morning.
Right. Not with quarterbacks, but with coach and GMs.
Which will be the third coach for Trevor Lawrence. And he hasn't even started the extension on his contract yet.
No, he hasn't. In fact, I think it's another year away. I don't think the 55 a year starts till 2026. Because this is year 4, right? They picked up his 5th-year option, which is next year. So, yeah, I mean, hell, they got another year and change before the big money kicks in. Sure, why not? Tell you what, after the performance of the last 2 weeks, we're not going to have anybody question whether or not Trevor's the problem in Jacksonville, right? I mean, he may not be the answer, but he ain't the problem. We can certainly come to that conclusion, right?
No,
Come
there
on
are
now.
bigger problems than Trevor in Jacksonville.
Yeah,
That roster is an absolute mess, David.
Mark, what are you talking about? The owner says it's the most talented team he's had in the 12 years he's owned it. Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I love it. I get at least 1 or 2 texts a year from my old college roommate. We only lived together for a short time, but both of us got remarried. He remarried a Baltimore girl. I remarried a Pittsburgh girl. I only get texts from him after a Steelers-Ravens game.
That's outstanding.
Apparently, he's in Lake Tahoe. They've got an ECHL team there now. So for those asking, yes, earlier, I did have Pittsburgh at 8. Let's see where my Cincinnati at 12-5 is probably worse than the Jets at 11-6. Not sure. Houston and KC winning the divisions, that looks pretty promising. Baltimore making the playoffs looks pretty promising.
Looking
but Miami,
back, yeah.
But Miami making the playoffs is bad.
Looking back at the 2019 first round, I think I wanted the Giants to take Josh Allen of the Jags. Because I was not an Ed Oliver guy. I was hoping to get either Christian Wilkins or Dexter Lawrence with the pick at 17, and they got Dexter Lawrence. Well, the other thing to keep in mind, Irish football, is right now Denver would go to Buffalo, in a 2-7 matchup.
Nobody wants to play Denver in the first round of the playoffs, though. With that defense,
I agree with
nobody wants to play the Broncos.
I agree with that. Sonny, I don't know why it matters. I mean, do you really think that, like what? You think the Colts are going to make a serious run at the Texans here, and so
the Vikings are 8-2. Someone explain that to me.
right now it'd be awesome. Vikings would be at Kirk Cousins and the Falcons.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin, amongst those who will join us tomorrow. It's an Overreaction Monday. Mark, I put you on the spot in terms of what's your criteria, but you and I both right now, let's be the committee. We got to release our poll tomorrow. So who's the odd team out in the SEC right now? Because let's just assume today the Big Ten's getting 4. I mean, they got 4 of the top 5.
Well, as of today, they are.
Right. So the SEC at most is getting 4. Now, good for the SEC and the Big Ten for that matter. The recent upsets in the ACC and the Big 12, it is almost impossible to envision that any of those two conferences will get more than just their conference champion in the playoff. Miami and BYU being knocked from the ranks of the unbeaten. Colorado, if they win out but lose the Big 12 championship game, is not getting an at-large. If Colorado wins out and beats BYU or Arizona State in the Big 12 title game, the loser is not getting an at-large. If Miami and SMU are both 11-1 and they play one another for the ACC title, the loser is not getting an at-large. So right now, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Ole Miss, Tennessee. That's 5. Odd team out would be
probably Ole Miss.
So you think it's coming, and I'm guessing it's coming down to, is it Alabama and Ole Miss or Tennessee and Ole Miss?
Tennessee and Ole Miss.
And we
The
talked about
Alabama
this
Georgia
earlier.
win is going to leapfrog Alabama a little bit for me.
And even though Tennessee beat Alabama, Tennessee and Ole Miss have not played. Alabama and Ole Miss have not played. Ole Miss's 2 losses are Kentucky and LSU. Tennessee's 2 losses are Arkansas and Georgia, both on the road. I think my odd team out would be Ole Miss. We said, for what it's worth, 2 weeks ago, this was going to come down to Indiana versus Ole Miss. And it was going to be 11-1 Indiana and 10-2 Ole Miss. And Ole Miss was going to have a win against Georgia as part of their 10-2. They've beaten somebody. And who has Indiana beat? And Kirby Smart said it out loud, by the way. I'll give him credit. He ain't ducking it. All right. He's sticking up for the SEC. He said it out loud during the week, and he defended it in the postgame on the field Saturday night. He just flat out said, I'd like to see Penn State or Indiana play an SEC schedule. Tell me what their record would be.
Because as much as we've not talked about Penn State throughout this show, Penn State hasn't beaten anybody. Anybody.
Now, they scheduled West Virginia on the road. West Virginia just turned into what, a 5-5 team? They had a game at USC. USC is a 5-5 team. It's just like Texas. Hell, they scheduled the home and home with Michigan, for goodness sake. And Michigan's a 5-5 team.
It's why Texas better beat Texas A&M.
Well, that's the storyline that is only just now being picked up. You know, Indiana's ranked 5th by the committee, right? Texas is ranked 3rd by the committee. So the thought is, well, you know, if they lose to a top program at Texas A&M, that's a top 15 team. At Ohio State, for goodness sake, that's number 2 in the country. I mean, you can't drop them all the way out of the playoff. Really? Lift the hood up. Take a look at the engine.
And A&M, for what it's worth, was ranked 15th by the committee. BYU lost. They're going to drop BYU below A&M.
It's quite possible.
I'd bet on it. The SEC love that committee has shown, David. They will continue it tomorrow night.
Well, and don't laugh. Does LSU and Missouri stay in the rankings? Because the number of SEC teams that are ranked, and it continues to go, well, you know, they beat so-and-so. Well, they beat so-and-so. I got to believe LSU's out. Had four losses, 3 in a row.
Yeah, they're out.
But Missouri, they were what, 22, 23?
Missouri was 23.
Right. Lost on a last-second play at 21st ranked South Carolina. We going to drop them out? Or are we going to keep them at like 24, 25? Which doesn't sound like much, but that adds ranked wins for like 3 of the 5 schools that are competing strenuously to get in the playoffs.
And
so,
no, you're on to something.
Big deal. It's a very key thing. If you see, and they'll announce 21 through 25 first. All right. If Missouri is in it, all right, that is a strategic maneuver to benefit the SEC teams.
And Louisville lost to Stanford over the weekend, and they were a ranked team, David.
Right.
So that's someone that's going to drop out of the rankings for certain.
By the way,
Which
that
could,
loss.
oh,
Just for those that didn't see it, it's just unbelievable. First off, they're up 14 points in the fourth quarter. Stanford comes back to tie it. Louisville's driving for the game-winning field goal. They turned it over on downs with like 13 seconds to go on like the Stanford 40. Okay, so Stanford's still got to drive the ball like 25 yards. They have time for one, maybe two plays. Louisville commits a 15-yard penalty and a 5-yard penalty.
which the 15-yard penalty was iffy at best.
Right.
Iffy at best.
And now all of a sudden Stanford's run one play and they're in field goal range, and the kid kicks a 52-yarder or something like that at the gun to beat Louisville and knock them out of the rankings. Anyway.
But like, I think, I wonder, I think A&M will be ahead of BYU in the standings. I think that's relevant. Where do they put SMU? I think that's relevant for how they view the SEC teams and who they put ahead of whom in that 12, 13, 14, 15 area.
By the way, anybody check out the ending of the SMU pick? No, it wasn't Pitt. Pitt played Clemson.
No.
Boston College.
BC.
Right, yeah. So it's a 3-point game late. BC's got the ball. They're deep in their own end, and they go for it on fourth down because, what do they have to lose? And they turn it over on downs. And there's like less than 30 seconds to go in the game. Yeah, SMU runs it in to win by 10. Style points. Instead of a 3-point home win against BC, it's a 10-point win. How many people are paying attention? Can you blame them? Seriously, can you blame them?
SMU?
Yeah.
No.
The way, first off, the conference is not held in high regard. Okay. Also, you're playing for seeding. If not, even if it's just to be the third ranked, just think you're going to win the ACC. Well, then you're competing with the Big 12 champ. You're trying to be the 3 seed, right? Instead of the 4. Listen, we went through the Indiana schedule last week and their non-conference schedule and the whole deal. Anybody go through Texas schedule? And once again,
UTSA, Michigan, Colorado State, and I'm missing one.
And to a large degree, it's not their fault. I mean, for goodness sakes, they scheduled a home-and-home with Michigan. But you're right, Mark. Colorado State, Michigan, Texas San Antonio, and Louisiana Monroe. But did we say it again? They scheduled a home-and-home, and the road game is Michigan this year? And it turns out Michigan's 5-5. They're going to get as much credit for that as Alabama's going to get going to Wisconsin and winning. Now, this is their SEC schedule. Mississippi State, Oklahoma. Oh, they hosted Georgia. Yeah, they got beat by 15. They beat Vandy on the road by 3. It's their best SEC win. They beat Florida at home by 31. They went to Arkansas and won by 10. They got Kentucky this week. And then they're going to play A&M. If they lose to A&M and they go 10-2, their best win is Vandy?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Unless somehow Florida wins out.
You going to put them in ahead of Ole Miss? Ahead of Tennessee? Ahead of Bama?
I don't know if they deserve to be in if they lose to A&M, David. I really don't.
We're not even getting into Texas at 10-2 versus Indiana at 11-1.
I'm just talking in the SEC. If Texas loses to A&M, where do you rank them in the SEC?
And also, that'll put A&M in the SEC championship game. And do you know what that guarantees? A&M's in the playoff. because I believe it does. If you make the Big Ten or SEC championship game, the committee's putting you in the playoff. They are not going to penalize you for losing the conference championship game, even if it's a third loss.
Even if they get blown out?
Yes, because they can't do that to the championship games. They can't devalue those games to such a degree. It will devastate those games. And the conferences want to mark because they're too big of a cash grab.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Once again, Adam, it's fine. You can get rid of Napier. You lose Lagway. And you lose the couple of recruits that are coming because of Lagway, too. So no big deal. I mean, if you want to get rid of them, get rid of them. Oh, by the way, it's $26 million plus paying off his staff, and then the new staff you got to pay to bring in. You sure you can't give it one more year? I don't know. Seems like the better option to me.
And I will say, Irish football, BYU losing pushes them down to the point where they could be past Boise, and it will be interesting. I still think Boise's locked in as the 12.
Well, this to me is the interesting one there, Mark. See, Colorado's got 2 losses. Arizona State's got 2 losses. Will they put a 2-loss Big 12 champion ahead of a 1-loss Boise State?
Yes.
See, I'm with you. They'll put BYU for sure ahead of same record as Boise State. They'll give the nod to the Big 12 champion. But
But that's the other thing to pay attention to. We can do that here. Where do they rank Colorado, Boise, BYU tomorrow?
We could save that for tomorrow, too.
Yeah.
I got something to throw out at you.
Oh, throw it. Overhand, underhand, sidearm. I don't care.
No, it's overhand. It's a little bit
I'm
of.
happy with a Quisenberry.
Not a Quisenberry, not a Tokove, not a Cishek. No, it's just going to be, I don't think it's going to be country hardball, but it's just going to be, solid sinker. A little 91, 92 at the bottom of the zone. Yes, Sonny. Think about it. We're going through all this. Name the Canes win that gets them in as an at-large. Exactly. Even if Florida wins out, I mean, it's a 7-5 Florida team. They didn't play Clemson this year. Louisville losing to Stanford didn't help. That's the problem. The middle of the ACC didn't hold up their end of the deal. The middle of the Big Ten hasn't held up their end of the deal. You know why, Coffin Ball? 3/4 of the team are freshmen and sophomores. They're his guys.
They're all getting paid by him.
Yeah. 70% of the NIL money is going to the freshmen and sophomores. Was another reason we said not to fire him. I so hope Colorado wins.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I'm in Dallas for Monday Night Football. Texans, who have lost 3 of 4. Cowboys, who are 0-4 at home. Houston, a 7-point favorite. By the way, get ready, folks. The 4 o'clock game on Thanksgiving, which for years now has been the highest rated regular season game of the season. It's going to be Tommy DeVito and the Giants against Cooper Rush and the Cowboys.
Woohoo!
So you may want to move Thanksgiving a little later than you normally do. Normally you eat around halftime of the Lions game. It's the Lions and the Bears early. I mean, if you want, push Thanksgiving a little later. There's no reason to watch.
A 4 o'clock dinner is perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. No reason. And the Dolphins are playing at night, so you can eat, nap, and watch the Dolphins and the Packers. But there's no reason to watch the 4 o'clock game this Thanksgiving. Nope. And Brady's going to miss Thanksgiving with the kids, so he could do that game. Tommy Cutlets and Cooper Rush. No, it's a good thing he's getting paid a lot of money. Hey, something that happened over the weekend. And I know it's not a popular topic on this show, but there's 2 things that happened over the weekend. We mentioned the one in the starting 5, 2.5+ hours ago, which is apparently the Rays' future in St. Pete is in real trouble. The politicians that are now part of the Pinellas County Commissioners, apparently they really don't want this team. They think this team is just a cash boondoggle for the county. And after the hurricane, they're like, yeah, we ain't spending, we only allocated the $6.5 million to clean up the trop because everything needs to be cleaned up after the hurricane. But we ain't going to spend the $56 million to repair the trop. And the $300+ million in bonds for the new stadium, not interested. We need that for hurricane cleanup and other things. So that's number one, Mark. The Rays' future now. I mean, we thought it was secure, right?
Well, as secure as once Moulton came through, all bets were off because they pushed this until after the election. If they would have gotten these bonds done before the November election, then it was a done deal. But there was still some wiggle room for Pinellas County, and they are wiggling, David.
Oh, they're doing
the twist.
Thank you. Look at that. Miller and Moulton
Whoa, hey now.
Going chubby checker on you. Hello. They ain't wiggling. They are flat out on the dance floor throwing it down. So that's number one. Number two, did you see this story late Friday night? Most people were tied up with the whole Mike Tyson, what was it, Logan Paul? What's his name? Jake Paul, whatever. Whole debacle on Netflix and fight, if you call it a fight, I don't know. Looked fixed to me. Anyway.
I watched the whole thing and it looked fixed to me, David.
So, did you see the NBA Turner ESPN story that came out of nowhere late Friday night into Saturday morning? So remember, Turner's out, right?
Right.
You got Amazon coming in. It's going to be ESPN, NBC, and Amazon beginning next year. That's going to be the three media outlets televising the NBA, with ESPN getting the finals, I think, every year. Or every year but one. But I think they get the finals every year. Yeah, I think it's finals every year, and they get a conference finals every year but one. Okay. But Turner sued. Turner's like, you guys violated the contract. We had the right of first refusal, and we matched Amazon's offer. And the NBA said, it's not a match. It's not an apples to apples match. It's apples to oranges at best. So there was a settlement reached. And apparently, the NBA gave Turner some international broadcast rights. Not in the States. There will be no NBA on Turner in the United States. But they gave him rights to the NBA overseas. Okay. ESPN and Turner made a deal. ESPN is going to air inside the NBA. Complete. Turner's going to produce the show. The same four guys. It's going to air on ESPN. So the whole NBA countdown, I guess, they're done, right? Yeah. Why do you need a second show? But anyway, Chuck and Shaq and Kenny and Ernie, they're going to be on ESPN.
Doing a Turner show.
It's going to be produced by Turner. It's going to air on ESPN. Turner's going to get Big 12 football and basketball. Now, I don't know if they're getting all of it. Because, the Big 12 is split 60-40 between ESPN and Fox. So I don't know if ESPN's carving up half of their inventory and giving it to Turner, or if they're giving it to Turner, which would mean no more Big 12 college hoop on ESPN, arguably the best conference in the country. I haven't been able to find out the specifics, all right, as to whether it's all of it or it's just some of it. But so inside the NBA is going to live, and it's going to air on, as Dan Patrick likes to say, the mothership.
That's one of the wildest saves of a show that you will ever hear.
Ever. Yeah.
This is Happy Days in the heyday going to NBC and still being produced on ABC.
Right. So now there are people who are concerned. Is Stephen A. Smith going to wiggle his way onto the show? Does this mean that ESPN's, I don't know, Greeny's not on it anymore, but, whether it's Will Bond, Stephen A., okay, Malika Andrews, what is that done? Does Inside the NBA do the finals now? That's the other thing, because Turner's never had a finals. They'd have a conference final. ABC, ESPN would have the other conference final. ABC, ESPN would do the finals. Does this mean now Ernie and the guys are going to do the finals?
And if so, who's ESPN firing next week?
Well, no. We still need to keep you. You got to do that 1 hour daily NBA show. But
Trust
you're not
me, they've got enough people for that.
Right. So, yeah, I know. Meanwhile, there is a hysterical meme, if you can find it. So apparently at like 1:15 in the morning last year, after a game, somebody on the crew brought up the idea of, could you imagine if this show aired on ESPN? And they're all punchy tired, and they go off on a giggling tirade. It's 2 minutes of the best television you've ever seen. Go find it. They are mocking the out of the 4-letter network.
And now they're going to be doing their show on it.
But they're not working for it. They're working for Turner. And apparently Turner's getting paid. Apparently Turner's going to make $50 million a year with no rights fees.
Turner must have had something on this contract that they were going to win, that the NBA or somebody, David, said, we've got to figure out how to rectify this.
NBA must have said to one of their broadcast partners, can you make this go away? And ESPN said, well, we've wanted Chuck on the air for 10 years, and this is what they came up with.
David, love the text we just received. You mentioned the Thanksgiving game, and someone said, thanks for the info. Just text the wife and told her Thanksgiving dinner is on at 4.
We're just trying to help out here.
Just trying to make Thanksgiving go a little more smoothly for you and your family.
You have your cutlets when Tommy Cutlets is playing.
See what he did there?
That's
the good, the bad, and the ugly today was a day one and what's on tap. It's how we finish things off every day on Miller and Moulton.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. I got a really good nugget or two with Cowboys Texans.
Excellent. David, I think one of two things is going to happen.
Okay.
Either my son is very close to getting engaged.
Whoa.
Or he's completely lost his man card for life.
Well, he already did the Halloween thing, right?
Thank you. That was step one. This past weekend apparently was their 6th-month anniversary. And David, we all know how big that is for budding 20-year-olds, 25, 20. She's a couple years younger than him. I think she's 21 or 22. But apparently they had plans, and he screwed up the weekends. It was this weekend that just happened.
Okay.
He was supposed to be going to the Georgia-Tennessee game with his mother. He backed out of the Georgia-Tennessee game to fulfill his obligation with his girlfriend because they had made plans for the 6th-month anniversary.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Oh, yeah, right?
Wow. Oh, yeah, he's lost his card. It's over.
It's over.
She has the card.
She has the hand.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
He gave me the old, he's like, well, there'll be lots of Georgia games. Yeah, yes, there will, Jacob. Yes, there will.
That's a pretty big game to miss, too. I mean,
well, and he goes with his mom too. That's their thing.
That's their thing. Oh, she must be, by the way, messed up. I mean, I'll bet that bothered her.
Or she may have just thought, what a good girl she is.
Or maybe she's thinking, I'm going to get a daughter-in-law out of this. No guarantee, by the way, things happen.
Oh.
My nephew had a serious girl. She was awesome. He screwed it up. We all thought they were going the distance. Wow. For a 6-month anniversary.
Right.
That is so high school.
Thank you.
I don't even know if that's college. That's oof. That's teenage years.
He's whooped.
Oh, yeah, he's in trouble. Wow. Whew. Yeah, this happened quickly too, because there were business trips that were being made in the early part of the year for little conjugal visits and what have you. So this is happened quickly.
Yeah. By the way, let's give it up for Adam, who's watching the show, and we are starting the next segment out for that. Adam is watching the show while his wife is in labor.
Yeah, Adam, we're not worth it, buddy.
Oh, yeah, we are.
No. No. Congratulations, Adam. Give her our best. Whatever you do, don't say push. Do not say push. I love you, honey. You're doing great, honey. You're doing great.
And Adam, just to think, you're probably 20 minutes away from a whole new regime in Jacksonville.
Right.
So you'll have a press conference to watch. I am too, Mark. I am proud of Adam.
Wow.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And should we bring up Adam to the Twitch room or?
Oh, absolutely. It's twofold. One, we've got a listener, Mac, who Mac's done well for himself. And I only know that because Mac will point out where he is when he's taking the show.
Right. The last time, was it like Madagascar?
It was Madagascar. And he actually sent me a T-shirt, a Madagascar T-shirt with a nice note saying that, he watches the show globally, which we thank you for however you take the show in. And we've gotten to know a lot of our Twitch users more than our regular listeners because they give us a lot of information about themselves.
I've met Guillermo we went to a Reds game together and we had dinner in Columbus, Ohio together off of Twitch and X. Yeah.
So Adam, who found us on Twitch.
Yeah.
We were not on in Jacksonville when Adam started listening to us. Adam just randomly found us on Twitch Sports Show, liked the show, and has been watching and listening for several years now. Adam is taking in the show at the hospital because his wife is about to give birth to their son.
I think it's their first kid too, isn't it?
It is.
Right. This isn't like number 3 or 4 where, we've been down this road before.
Now, in Adam's defense, he said the baby's going to be there around 6 tonight. So he's got time.
Huh. Yeah, my wife was in labor 24 hours. I don't think I could have put a TV or a radio show on in the middle of it.
When my son was born, I did put a golf tournament on in the delivery room.
How'd that go over?
Fine.
Okay.
We were there forever. I threw the TV on. I just remember that it was on and it stayed on. And I'm like, as this is going on, I'm hearing the golf tournament. And I never looked up. I just like, oh, crap. If she says anything, I'm in big trouble right now. And my son never turned out to be much of a golfer, so it didn't really do anything for him. 21,000 are the Twitch chat room. Where is the strangest place you've taken in Miller and Moulton? Because Madagascar and the delivery room seem to be high on the list right now.
Right. I think it was to Uzbekistan, I think. Mac also took us in from there. Madagascar. He always likes to let us know what day and time it is when he's exposing that particular culture to Miller and Moulton on his iPad. And we're very appreciative. But yes, Adam, about to become a dad, and he's killing time watching Miller and Moulton in the delivery room. Wow. That is bravery.
Well, what's bravery is he's already bought a Jags onesie for this kid.
I don't know if that's bravery or how could you do that, Adam? How could you do that to your son?
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1626 today. St. Peter's Basilica is consecrated in Rome, replacing an earlier church on the same site and becoming the world's largest Christian church. Today in 1872, Susan B. Anthony was arrested for voting.
I mean, she was, what did you say, 1872?
Yep.
She had to wait 48 more years. Come on now, jump the gun. We're not ready for this yet.
Today in 1883, U.S. and Canadian railroads set and synchronized 4 standard time zones, Eastern, Central, Mountain, and Pacific, replacing over 100 previous time zones. Man, that would have made football hard to watch.
My goodness, it's tough enough driving through a state going from one time zone to another. There were 100 of them?
100 of them across the country, U.S. and Canada, I guess.
Damn.
It's Mickey Mouse's birthday. Today in 1928, Steamboat Willie has released the first Mickey Mouse sound cartoon. Happy birthday, Mickey. Today in 1978, there's a reason why they say they drank the Kool-Aid, because they did. 918 members of the People's Temper are murdered or commit suicide under the leadership of Jim Jones. 1979, Petty becomes the first to win the Cup 7 times. Today in 1990 was the first Solheim Cup. It was at Lake Nona. U.S. pounded Europe. Kathy Whitworth, your first captain of the U.S. team. And today in 2005, Walk the Line, the biopic on Johnny Cash, was released.
I liked it.
Loved it. Thought it was terrific. Would have liked more time with, Willie and Waylon when he was really off the rails, but they didn't give us that. They gave us the love story.
Well, right. I mean, the Reese Witherspoon and all.
She won an Academy Award in that movie.
She was good.
Jack Tatum and Len Bias would have celebrated birthdays today. Warren Moon is 68. Actor Owen Wilson is 56. David Ortiz is 49. And Caleb Williams is a mere 23 years old today. What did I miss, David?
25 years ago today, the bonfire, Texas A&M. And 12 people ended up dying because of it. Sandy Koufax, for what it's worth, retired today in 66. He was 30. He was the best pitcher in baseball. And he walked away. It's really the only other retirement was when Jordan walked away the first time at 30. And obviously he was the best player in the game. I mean, those are the two retirements in which you're like, holy, what the? Yeah, Jim Brown. Koufax, Jim Brown, Jordan the first time. If he had stayed retired, it would have been one of the top three retirements. You could argue Rocky Marciano, retired unbeaten, but anyway, that's all I got.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Anthony Simone. Could be the good just because of the fact he was a 98-year-old World War II veteran. But he dropped out of high school at the age of 16 to support his family, and then enlisted in the U.S. Army to fight in World War II at the age of 17. He received his high school diploma a few days ago at the age of 98. Good for Anthony.
By the way, if I could stop you, a few people, one who texted me and then Sunny in our Twitch chat room, you could throw Barry Sanders in there. I don't think it's to the level of Koufax and Jim Brown. Jim Brown technically was 29, I think, when he retired. He was going to turn 30. Koufax was 30. Barry was what, 31? And he would have passed, if he had stayed healthy at the rate that he would have passed Walter Payton that year that he retired. He retired in 99. He would have passed Payton in the second to last or last game of the year at 31. But yeah, that's up there.
The bad and the ugly are equal. So I'm just going to go that I have this one up. For the bad, we go to Bradenton, where a 44-year-old woman from Bradenton was arrested after she allegedly used her mother's name, driver's license, and social security information to file for hurricane disaster assistance. When she was doing the filing and used the picture of the driver's license, an employee with the city said she looked much younger than the woman pictured on the application. Her explanation, Botox treatments. She failed to convince the employee. She was asked to return the following day. She returned. That's when she was arrested. For the ugly, we go to Sarasota, where a Sarasota man was arrested on Thursday night after Palm Beach police say he pulled up to Mar-a-Lago and asked to speak with President-elect Donald Trump.
Okay.
He was in a stolen car.
I was going to say, I don't find this request, I mean, it's unlikely, but, I don't even know if it had gotten to unreasonable, but the stolen car part's a problem.
He also didn't have a valid driver's license, but he did request to speak with President-elect Trump at Mar-a-Lago. I don't know if you've ever been by Mar-a-Lago, but the security there's really good.
It's pretty good at Trump National in Bedminster, Jersey. I know that.
And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Monday, November 18th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com. $10,000 sign-on bonus for new police officers. Just visit capecops.com.
So you're saying it's harder to get a hold of now President-elect Trump than it was when we used to get a hold of Bobby Bowden?
Yes. And there was a time you could get a hold of Trump. I have a friend of mine. His brother's a realtor now in Pittsburgh. And he had a golf rap album that he made. Never really went anywhere, just a fun thing that he did.
Right.
But at the beginning of one of the songs, he got through to Trump at Trump National. And he said he was Ben Crenshaw all the way through the phone call until Trump answered the phone. And then he just told Trump how much he liked Trump National, how great it was to play. And Trump thanked him. And that was the end of the prank phone call. And he used it at the beginning of one of his songs. But he did get through.
Interesting. Your buddy called Al Davis like every Monday for all those years. He never got him, did he?
No, he got as far as Al's personal secretary when he would just leave a message and tell him this is Dave, and he would leave his phone number.
I think the problem was he was too negative. I think if he had been optimistic, it just congratulated him. But he always seemed to call when things weren't going well.
That is a fact. It was Monday after losses. It was never Monday after a win.
Right. Like if he had called them, say, in 2000, 2001, 2002, I think that he might have called them. I could see where he wouldn't call Dave back. Who am I calling again? Oh, you're calling Dave from Florida. Oh, okay. Thanks.
That's how Dave in Florida. That's exactly what he'd say. It's Dave in Florida, and he'd leave his number.
So, Bobby Bowden, there are so many reasons why we speak so glowingly of him, but we had his secretary's number. And our producer at the time, John Cassio, literally would call her and just talk to her and not even ask to interview Bobby. Would just talk to her and say, okay, just wanted to check in. Hope you're doing well. We'll try to talk to Coach later on. And so he'd call back a couple weeks later and she'd say, hey, hold on a second. Hey, Bobby, you doing anything right now? Yeah, it's the fine folks from Fort Myers on the line. And you could hear Bobby in the background. Fort Myers, Dion? Yeah, put him on the line.
That's how we get Coach Bowden.
That's how we get Bobby Bowden. I mean, all the damn time, too. All right, very quickly. Nico Collins is the key. All right. CJ Stroud's numbers. Now, granted, he also had Diggs with him at the time. But CJ Stroud's numbers with Nico Collins this year, staggeringly better than without Nico Collins on the field. 12% better completion percentage, 2 more yards per attempt. TD interception ratio, 4-1 with Nico, 50-50 without. QBR, 30 points higher with Nico Collins. Nico Collins is back. All right. The other thing to look for, CJ Stroud, big difference between last year and this year. He was amazing throwing the deep ball last year. His completion percentage, 20-plus yards down the field, almost unheralded. All right. Or unheard of, I should say. This year, not that good. So we'll see with Nico back if the deep ball comes back. Don't know if you got him on your fantasy team or what have you, but I like the Texans to win. I like the Texans to cover. I look for CJ and Nico Collins to have big games.
I would be with you on laying the points tonight. Dallas has been dreadful at home.
0-4.
Cooper Rush is playing. I don't give the Cowboys much hope, although they've, I guess they've changed the running back order. Now they have a new number 1 running back, so they're excited about that. But I don't see Dallas getting above 17 in this game.
4 ranked college basketball teams in action tonight. None of them on a major network. Auburn's on SEC Network. Gonzaga's on CBS Sports Network, that type of deal. NBA tonight. I mean, there's like 8-9 games, but, NBA TV's got a doubleheader. Houston, Milwaukee, Golden State, and the Clippers, if you're really interested. Heat are hosting Philly, for what it's worth. Orlando's in Phoenix. And as for the NHL, well, got about 6 games there, and they're all on ESPN+.
All of them bad, with the exception of Washington at Utah. Keep the Ovi watch in mind, as he's scoring goals at a rapid pace right now.
So there you go. That's the sports night tonight. Thanks so much for joining us. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin, at the very least, on the show tomorrow.
And David, you only have to get up at 3:30, 4:45 tomorrow instead of 3:15.
Well, right. I mean, it's not like we're, in LA or anything. It's just Dallas. So enjoy your overreaction Monday, and we'll see if the Jags clean house before noon. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
It's time for one of the biggest diamond events of the year, right in your backyard. Join Jason and Todd at the Diamond District this weekend, Friday, November 22nd through Sunday the 24th, featuring GIA certified diamonds, diamond stud earrings, hoops, huggies, bracelets, diamond necklaces, anniversary bands, gemstone jewelry, and Rolex watches. Plus, Barry Verragio, founder of Verragio, one of America's top bridal designers, will join the Diamond District with his entire collection.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.